Great.
Okay, you should be all set.
Okay, so maybe I ought to do the introductions now. I am State Senator Mark Lawrence. I am the Senate Chair of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I represent Southern York County, the towns of Kittery, Elliott, South Berwick, half of Berwick, York, and Agunquit. And I'll go around virtual horseshoe and ask members to introduce themselves, starting with the House Chair of the committee, Representative Berry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Seth Berry. I represent House District 55, Bowdoin, Bowdenham, most of Richmond, and Swan Island on the Kennebec.
And then we have Senator Stewart.
Morning, folks. I'm Trey Stewart, State Senator in District 2, which is 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties, and I reside in Presque Isle.
Then we have Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I live in Winterport and I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
And then we have Representative Kessler.
Good morning. My name is Chris Kessler, and I represent part of South Portland and a little smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Senator Vitelli.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Eloise Vitelli. I live in Aroostook and represent District 23, which is all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County.
Senator Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually Representative Foster, representing the towns of Dexter, Garland, Charleston, Exeter, and Stetson in House District 104.
So are you sure you don't want to be a senator? I could just promote you at this point.
Well, I'll be down for the knighting, but no, I think I'm fine.
Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name's Nate Wadsworth, and I represent House District 70, Southern Oxford County.
Great. And we'll go from there to Representative Sachs.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm proud to represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell.
Great. Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. I'm Representative Paige Ziegler from District 96 in Waldo County, 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Moore, Palermo, and Searsmont. And I will be toggling back between the ENR and the EUT committees as we finish up an ENR.
And everybody's understood exactly what he said, the acronyms. We'll go to Representative Grochowski.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nicole Grochowski. I represent House District 132, the fine people of the city of Ellsworth and the town of Trenton, and we're enjoying a little fresh snow this morning.
Representative Cuddy. Representative Cuddy, I think he's switching back and forth between things, but I don't think that prevents us from getting a quorum. So I believe we're enough to get started. We had a very long day yesterday, and people will be coming in and out frequently today. So all the committees are trying to finish up on their work. But I'll first ask our analyst, Lindsay Laxon, to introduce herself.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Laxon. I am a legislative analyst with the Nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And since we're also doing public hearings today, I'll ask our clerk, Jason, to introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Jason. Excuse me, Jason Ellerding, the committee clerk for EUT.
Okay. So we're going to be doing hopefully a variety of things today. We have, I believe it is 6 advertised public hearings. Pardon me, 7 advertised public hearings today. I was getting confused because some say like LD 2016, so I thought it was 6 years ago that this bill was introduced. But we do have 6 bills. four of them, I believe four of them are bills that were still in our committee for quite a while, and three of them are committee bills that we just reported out, and to give ourselves, even if we didn't have enough work, even more work. We do have work, a lot of work left over. We have work sessions yesterday. We have one bill left over from work session yesterday. And I'm going to suggest today that when we get a bill, one of the new bills, if we feel like we're ready to work it, just speak up, make a motion to go into work session, and then we can work to get it done. So I'll just ask for a motion to go into work session now so we can deal with what's left over from yesterday.
So
Is
moved.
there a motion? Moved by Senator Stewart. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Show of hands, all those in favor of going into work session? 1, 2, 3.
May I pose a question to the chair?
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of trouble. 6. Going into work session. Did I miss Senator Vitelli? You can lower your hands now.
Senator Lawrence,
Yes.
just a point of order. Which bill is it that we're voting to go into work session on?
It's the one we were working on, 634, and we were waiting for an amendment to come back I demoted him this time. Senator Stewart was going to be offering to that. And if you recall, during the work session, he was going to get that back later in the day. I think it came in too late yesterday for us to deal with it yesterday, so we're going to be working on that one.
I see.
So I'll ask for a hands of those opposed. 1.
Opposed to going into work session on LD 634?
Yeah, opposed to going into work session. Once we go into work session, we can work anything. 2.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion prevails. We're in work session, and Senator Stewart, you got your amendment back from the governor's energy office? Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct. And
Okay.
I'm not sure if Lindsay shared it with the entire committee yesterday or not, but it is publicly available at this point.
So, Lindsay, do you have that amendment available to bring up on the screen?
I have the language that was shared from the governor's energy office. I'd be happy to bring that up on the screen.
That would be great to get us started.
And Mr. Chair, I might ask that a representative from the governor's energy office perhaps come in to walk through what the amendment.
Okay. So Jason, is Dan Burgess in the waiting room?
Yes, he is. I'll
Okay.
just.
Why don't you bring him over?
There, he should be on his way.
Okay, great. So Lindsay, would it be okay with you for me just to go directly to Mr. Burgess to talk about this amendment?
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Lawrence, members of the committee. Would you like me to proceed?
Yes, if you could just introduce yourself and then proceed to describe the amendment that was prepared.
Great. So I'm Dan Burgess. I'm director of the governor's energy office. I am. Thanks for having me on. If at all possible, it'd be great to have Melissa Winnie and Ethan Tremblay from my team also zoomed over in case there are other additional questions that need to be answered.
I believe we have the technology. So Jason, can you zoom them over? Go ahead, Dan.
Great. So this amendment seeks to modify or does modify a portion of the net energy billing program called which is the tariff rate portion of the program. As set up currently, the tariff rate is set annually by the Public Utilities Commission and generally follows the retail rate of energy. So it's the supply that comes in, and then 75% of T&D. And so a rate is set each year for projects that have qualified for the NEB tariff program. This is different. There's also the credit program. So the the credit program provides a credit directly onto a subscriber or off-taker's bill, whereas the tariff program provides that direct financial payment. And I have a couple slides I can try to help level set here, but ultimately what this amendment does is sets a forward-looking date of September 1st to modify that rate. So what the proposal here is that if a project has not commenced a significant amount of work as defined by actually by the IRS definition that's used around tax credits for the IRS, that if they have not done that by September 1st of this year, and instead of going from that rate that changes each year, that we would simply lock in the rate from when the program first passed or was first created, the 2020 rate. So as this committee well knows, standard offer prices went up pretty significantly this year. Seeing that, felt like it was prudent to make an adjustment to this tariff rate program. So that is the general crux of the amendment. We are suggesting that for projects that are less than a megawatt and or co-located with load, more traditionally next to load or with load, that they continue to operate at that more traditional energy billing of that rate that's there now. So it would be a prospective change for projects to receive a rate that is locked in at the 2020 rate. And I have a couple slides I'm happy to run through if that's helpful too, to just kind of level set a little bit.
That sounds good, Dan, if you could do that.
Great. So I will attempt to share my screen. Assuming you can see that. Chairman Lawrence, I see Representative Cuddy has a question. Would you like me to take that now or go through this first?
Why don't we go through your presentation first, and then we'll get to Representative Cuddy when we go for questions for you.
It's not actually a presentation question, Senator.
Oh, okay. What's your questions?
Has the amendment been emailed out? I'm not seeing it if it has been.
Lindsay, did the amendment get emailed out?
No, it did not. I'd be happy to forward the email with the GEO's language to the committee right now if you'd like.
Why don't you do that?
Can do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cuddy. Dan, why don't you go ahead with your slide presentation?
Thanks. And just a few slides. I think it's just, I thought it was helpful again to go through it. So this slide shows how much is eligible in energy billing. As this committee well knows, LD 936 last year basically capped the program for new projects up to 5 megawatts. There are still projects under 2 megawatts that can participate, but the predominant number of projects are, closer to that 4.99 rate. So there's about 1,300 megawatts of solar that's currently eligible for net energy billing. That is this chart here, broken down by their status as of the end of the year. What we're talking about is about 65% of the program. So 65% of the projects eligible for net energy billing now are in the tariff program. This blue kilowatt hour program is that crediting program that we've talked about. So what's happened on the and these are actually this tariff program is just for commercial and industrial customers. So what we've seen is that these C&I tariff rates have increased over time and have been volatile, and I think have gone from 13 cents again around 2020 to about 19 cents. And you can see that broken down by the customer type here, the blue being what they were in 2020, orange being 2021, and gray being this year. So these are rates that are set as required by the PUC. I'll note that 2021 was, a very low year across energy supply, or here in Maine, as a result of the pandemic. And so that orange bar is a historically low year for energy prices. And so this proposal would seek to set, instead of having this fluctuate every year, it would use the 2020 rate as the rate that projects could receive on a forward-looking basis. And if you just look at kind of why are these prices going up, more than half of the reason, and for some of these rates, the reason they're going up is because of the standard offer increases. And so after talking with numerous stakeholders, PUC, OPA, and others felt like this was a way to really reduce risk in the program. Companies and developers have to kind of look out 20 years to see what they think, the energy curve is going to look like, and therefore build in risk into their proposals. And I think by providing the certainty, it can reduce the risk for projects, but ultimately can save ratepayers money as we wouldn't be paying that kind of higher swing in prices and would be locking it at where this program started at the 2020 rate. So we're expecting, this is in line, I think, with what we've seen distributed generation be paid in other states in New England. And I think we're expecting as a result of this program that, the percent savings could be pretty significant. If you look at what, if you kind of based on what the last 10 years have looked like and look at what the next 10 years could look like, we're looking at, 30% savings to even as high as 60% savings, depending on it. So that is the overview of the amendment and slides, and then I'm happy to take any questions. Appreciate the time.
Great, Dan. Before we go to questions, I just have a couple of procedural things to ask you. Now, I recall back when we first started this session, both you and Bill Harwood, I believe, and I think the PUC also reported to our committee about this issue and began talking about this. This was what you reported at the start of the session about potentially freezing the standard rate offer. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, with the tariff part of the program.
And how long have you been working on this language?
At least since started to be discussions when the standard offer price went up, and this became a little more evident. So at least a few months.
And who have you talked to, and who have you brought into this conversation and drafting this?
We've had conversations, and I don't want to speak for them, but I think productive conversations with the PUC, the OPA, members of the renewable energy industry, so MREA, the Community Shared Solar Association. I'm getting that acronym wrong. We've had some discussions with representatives from IECG. I think there's a general comfort level with this proposal. Some would say maybe it goes a little far. Some would say it doesn't go far enough. But I think ultimately is a way to move this program forward at a reduced cost.
Great, thank you. And then Lindsay, my understanding is that Representative Berry has also submitted this legislation as part of one of his bills. This amendment is part of one of his bills.
That's correct.
Okay, so, and what's that LD number?
That is, I believe, 1026, which is also scheduled for public hearing this morning.
Right. So I'll just direct committee members to testimony that was submitted on Representative Berry's bill. You should have that for comments from people on this legislation. Senator Stewart did indicate yesterday that he was going to be offering this amendment to his bill, and we'll see what happens on this bill. So I'll go to the committee to look at the submitted testimony on Representative Berry's bill. Questions for Director Burgess? Yes, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It must be cold in Berwick. You seem to be freezing up occasionally. Thank you for the opportunity to ask the question. Mr. Burgess, I'm wondering if you could explain just a little bit the IRS definition that you mentioned earlier about where these projects are to qualify for this. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative Foster. So the language that is in the amendment of Section 5 begins at if the entity developing the DG resource certifies by sworn affidavit with accompanying documentation to the commission that the entity has commenced physical work of a significant nature before September 122, and thereafter has made and will continue to make continuous efforts to advance toward completion of the facility. including, and there's a few different things around the actual work that would happen for commencing construction. So that comes directly after conversations with some in the industry around the IRS definition around what qualifies for the production tax credit or the investment tax credit that the federal government offers. So it's a well-known standard, which I think the industry is used to complying with. And really what it seeks to do is set a marker of when a project has moved forward substantially, right? We've heard, companies have signed construction contracts or are commencing construction as soon, they've paid money to start these projects now for this upcoming construction season. And so we use the definition to look at a future date to say, okay, if let's use the IRS definition that has worked to outline what commence construction really means.
Are you all set?
If I
Go
may,
ahead, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. So when I look at this amendment down in section 2, it changes the proposed distributed generation resource must reach. Originally, the language for net energy billing was commercial operation. It's changing that to mechanical completion. Do you see that as that might substantially increase how many net energy billing projects might come into play here?
Yeah, thanks, Representative Foster, for asking that. I did not mean to skip over that part. So what we heard and have heard throughout our engagement is that commercial operation requires, just to use layman terms, the switch to be flipped for a project, right? And felt like, and what is done in other states is the term mechanical completion is used, or mechanically complete, so that it removes any contingency where a project is fully complete but simply waiting for it to be turned on. And so there may be reasons either at the utility or otherwise that would keep it from actually being energized, and I feel like this definition is a standard practice and kind of gets at what was intended. So we don't have projects that are built prior to the date and just waiting to be energized. That was the intent.
So if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Foster.
So more to the point of my question, it may in fact increase how many net energy billing projects would come into play versus the current language.
Thanks, Representative. My sense is not, I don't think so. I think it is more of a, I think it would, I do not envision a solar company building a project just to get to mechanically complete. Sorry, I'm home with a sick 4-year-old. I'm gonna ask Melissa and Ethan to weigh in for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, good. We've all been there, Director Burgess. As the committee knows, I have occasional a visit from our dog.
I'm good with that, Mr. Chair, if you want to move on.
Oh, okay. Well, I believe Representative Berry has a question for Mr. Burgess, so I'll wait till he gets back.
Actually, my question is for the chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Senator Lawrence, I'm getting a lot of questions about the plans for today, and just want to know what to tell people. Is it your intention as the Senate chair that after the work session on this bill that we would go to the advertised order for public hearings?
Correct. If you recall, yesterday we worked this bill. We asked Director Burgess to come back with language in the afternoon. We were going to go back and revisit the bill. I wasn't there in the afternoon in the work session. I don't know why that wasn't done, but because it wasn't done, Senator Stewart indicated he wanted to offer this amendment to his legislation. So I don't want to deny him that opportunity. So that's why we're completing this, which should have been done yesterday afternoon. We're completing this morning and then going into public hearings.
Thank you, Senator. I was actually ready to vote on this bill yesterday, and I think there was actually an effort to do that. But
Okay.
the motion was to table it. So just to be clear, the advertised order is as reflected on the weekly schedule. Is that correct? That's the order
Yeah,
we'll be hearing them in.
and I haven't had a request to go out of that order.
Great.
Are you
And
making a request to go out of order?
no, I just want to make sure that the public is aware. So that would be LD 318, which I believe is your bill, pertains to the Efficiency Main Trust. Then LD 337. Oh, excuse me. No, the
No.
318
LD
is Representative
318,
Gurkowski's.
I can just present the order, Representative Barry.
Okay,
So,
great.
so you know. So we're going to be, after this work session, we're going to be doing the public hearings on 318, 337, 1026, 1511, 2015, 2016, and 2017, unless I get a request to change the order. They're just, we have to slam through everything we can to get it done. We have a deadline by this Friday, so we'll try to meet your requests on timing and everything. But our priority is we just have to get things done. So the normal, accommodations we could do is probably limited. And on public hearings, this committee has a tendency to go a long time. So if we have to go into this evening, we will, to complete all the public hearings and all the questions involved.
Thank you. Thank you. And one last question for you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Barry.
Consider this a request. I'll be presenting 5 of the bills. 3 of them are committee bills. But I am very happy to put those last so that those who are presenting other bills have the opportunity to have the public while they're fresh. So that would be sticking to the advertised order, and just want to, make that request now in deference to those of you that have other bills, and I just want to make sure that the public, most importantly, that the public knows roughly when their bill might come up.
Yeah. And I do apologize to the public. We don't have the ability at this late in the session with a lot of these bills to try to accommodate people's schedules to be on when they are. And if you are intending to testify on a public hearing, you do have the ability to submit written testimony. We do read that written testimony. So if you're not able to be here because of the variations in our schedules that is going to take place for the rest of the week, please do submit written testimony. Thank you, Representative Barry. Now back to Director Burgess. Are there questions for Director Burgess regarding this amendment? And I hope everything worked out with your son, Director Burgess.
Thanks, Chairman Lawrence. My 5-year-old daughter, we're keeping Disney Plus in business today. So thanks.
Well, I can try that with Skeet, who's annoying me here now, but he usually likes the Animal Planet. So if there are no other questions, I want to make sure, are there any other questions for Director Burgess? Did you have anybody else on your office who wanted to weigh in? Dan?
I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we can go to, I know there are a number of people who have submitted written testimony on Representative Barry's bill. Is there anybody who the committee wants to hear from on this amendment before we have a motion, who may be in the attendees list? Representative Foster.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I haven't had a chance to look, but I would be interested in hearing from the Public Advocate's Office on this if we could.
So the request is from the public. Have William Harwood in the waiting room, Jason?
I'm sorry. So you want you froze again. So you want the PUC and
No, I want William Harwood.
William Harwood. My okay. Okay, he should be right over.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Bill.
Yes, we really appreciate the efforts of the Governor's Energy Office on this. I think they have done a good job of trying to balance the legitimate investment expectations of solar developers with the desire of ratepayer advocates to reduce the overall ratepayer cost of this program. I would have loved to have seen that September 1st date moved a little earlier. I worry that there may be some gaming of the situation, but I respect the work that Director Burgess did, and our office is in full support of this proposal.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Harwood? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Public Advocate Howard, for being here. When I look at testimony on this, the original bill, I found that your predecessor was opposed to it. From what you've just said, it sounds like you may be in favor of it. And so that would be part of my question. And the last part would be, do you see, for instance, in the change in language from commercial operation to mechanical completion, or any other language, any concern that this may actually increase net energy billing besides the date change that you just mentioned? Thank you.
Yeah, as I say, I have great respect for Director Burgess, but I have to concede that there is a theoretical possibility that a few more projects might slip through based on mechanical completion versus commercial operation. But as he said, I think it's a very small number. And if this was the concession that was made to the industry in order to get them to be comfortable with the first part of the bill, I'm comfortable as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the public advocate? Is there anyone else the committee members want to pose a question to? Just raise your hand. Since nobody is, I would like to hear from, I know Director Burgess said he worked with some of the organizations, and I believe, do we have Caitlin Kelly O'Neill in the waiting room, Jason?
Yes.
Okay, if you can bring her over, I would like to hear how the Coalition for Community Solar kind of views this amendment.
Okay, she should be right over.
And if you could also bring over Jeremy Payne too, if he's in the waiting room, I would like to hear from him.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Thank you, Representative Berry. Officially, CCSA is testifying as neither for nor against the bill, but we do appreciate the work that was done by Director Burgess and the Governor's Energy Office. As everybody knows, the standard offer rate was historically high this past year because of supply issues with natural gas. And because of the way the net energy billing tariff value is calculated, and it's directly tied to that standard offer rate, 2020 did see unexpectedly high values for the NEP tariff rate. And so we completely understand the need and the desire to implement a reasonable cost containment measure for the NEB tariff program. We think that this language balances implementing a cost containment measure so that future program costs aren't tied to these, frankly, historic energy market fluctuations that we've seen in the past couple of years, while also balancing projects that have, as Director Burgess was saying, are commencing construction, meaning they've closed financing, their work is underway. And so changing the structure of how they are receiving revenue at that point in time is extremely challenging. So ensuring that those projects are able to continue to move forward and do work this summer without having to worry about their changing revenue structure, while also allowing other projects to have this fixed tariff rate, we find to be a completely reasonable compromise. And regarding the mechanical completion language, frankly, we don't really see this as increasing the cost of the program. This is primarily going to save the utilities, save the PUC, and save developers a lot of headache at the end of 2024 when we reach that deadline. With mechanical completion, the project is constructed, they've done the work, they wouldn't commence construction unless they were fully sure that they could move forward. And also that means that they have met the previous safe harbor requirements passed in LD 936. So really what this is allowing is it gives the utilities some extra time to complete the necessary construction on their side of the meter, which they have to do before they can tell that project that they can flip the switch and become commercially operational. We actually would encourage and maybe even more extension on that for projects that are coming out of cluster studies, and the utility is giving 5 to 7 year construction schedules to complete work so that they don't have to build the project and have it wait another couple of years before they could be turned on. But beyond that, we are appreciative of that. So happy to take any questions.
Great. Are there any questions from the committee? Good. I don't see any. Thank you for giving us your position on it. And Jeremy Payne, I'll ask you the same question. I know your organization has been consulted on this amendment. Now that you see the official language, is there anything additional you want us to know?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the committee. Jeremy Payne with Maine Renewable Energy Association. Thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, I won't repeat the things that you just heard from Caitlin. I think one of the points I'd like to just make is in regard to one of the questions that Representative Foster was asking and Mr. Harwood was responding to regarding this change between commercial operation to mechanical completion. I think the reality is without that, what we're going to see is projects that are literally built, sitting there waiting for the thumbs up from CMP or Versant, and they may die because they won't reach commercial operation through no fault of their own. So I think that would be a really, really bad outcome for us to tell people invest here. They pay contractors to build their project. They have it up and running. And the only thing standing in their way of being eligible for the NEB 1.0 program is the fact that the utility has a bunch of these before them and it's taking them too long to respond. So that's why we think the mechanical operation, I just don't think the narrative that we're allowing, more projects to sneak in is accurate. We're not creating some sort of loophole. We're saying you have made significant investment, you're ready to go. And the only thing you're waiting for is CMP or Versant to tell you yes. And then just two other quick points I wanted to make. We had talked last year about expecting somewhere around 50% attrition, that projects would fall apart for one reason or another. Based on the initial results from some of these cluster studies, we think those attrition rates are going to be way higher. Not only are there, as you heard Caitlin just say, some circumstances where there's going to be 5 or 7 years of delay for utilities to do these upgrades. There's lots of other factors that are impacting these projects. So I think we're going to end up seeing, between the delays and the costs of some of these upgrades that are coming back, we're going to see attrition rates that are looking at 70 or 80%. Now, I know there are some people who prefer that outcome, but I just wanted to put that information out there. We were estimating 50%, and we're thinking it's going to be way, way higher based on these initial results. And then the last thing I just wanted to mention is that it is really my hope this is going to be the final modification to the NEB DG 1.0 policy. As this committee knows, we've already got a DG 2.0 group that's working on bringing some ideas and concepts for your consideration next session, but we cannot keep going backward on this program and saying, golly, we wish we would have done X, we wish we would have done Y. We have sent a signal to the marketplace to invest in these projects. They have negotiated deals with residential subscribers, commercial and institutional off-takers. They need to know that we're going to be protecting their investment and we're not going to continue changing the way their revenues and the policies are structured behind them. So I would just recommend that anything else you consider, is done prospectively only and does not implicate any existing projects. Thank you. Be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee for Jeremy? Seeing none, Jeremy, I just want to remind you or let you know that when I first served in the legislature, somebody told me that neither human nor beast is safe while the legislature is in session. So it's my effort to get us out of session as quickly as we can by finishing up our work, but we appreciate your comment. Is there anyone else that the so I'll go to Senator Stewart. I'm sorry, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It must be something. I put my hand up and you lock up, so must be something going on there. If I could, I have one quick question for the PUC, someone from the PUC. Thank you.
Do we have someone there? Jason, do we have anybody from the PUC?
Yeah, we have Deirdre.
And I apologize. I'm going to try to move to a different location in my house to see if on and off and my video is freezing.
If I may, while you're doing that, Mr. Chair, I will ask my question of the PUC.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schneider. I'm just wondering, the PUC has had a chance, I hope, to look at this amendment language. I'm wondering if, first of all, if they are okay with it, if they see any issues, or if you would you tend to agree that overall this may avoid some costs to ratepayers in the future, if not save them anything now? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Foster. I'm Deirdre Schneider, the legislative liaison at the PUC. We do think that this would reduce some potential volatility in pricing and maybe limit ratepayers' exposure to higher supply rates. So I think we're comfortable with that aspect. We did point out in our testimony to LD 1026 that we would maybe like some clarity regarding the expectations of the commission related to the receipt of a sworn affidavit. It's unclear from the language if the commission is to simply receive these affidavits from the entity developing the distributed generation resource, or if the commission is required to confirm the information is accurate and that all requirements are met or will be met. The language in the bill isn't clear about our role, if we're just a receiver or if we're to actually have some oversight. And then we also thought, regardless of whether we are to just receive those affidavits or confirm its accuracy, if the committee could consider clarity about what is meant by physical work of a significant nature, maybe what that threshold would be. So those were our only two concerns with the language, but to your earlier part of your question, I mean, we do think it overall could have some ratepayer benefits.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. So does the PUC have proposed language that would clarify that, or is that something that the committee could do in language review if this bill passed, or how do you see that? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we were wanting to know what the intent was, so we didn't come up with language. We didn't want to say that we need to just receive them or to review them. So if the committee would like us to have some oversight on that process, then we would welcome amended language to say, you know, that we receive this sworn affidavit and confirm the information is accurate or something along those lines. And again, we don't know what was intended in the conversations of physical work of a significant nature. I mean, I think we could determine that on a case-by-case basis if we were to have some oversight, but maybe just to reference that, you know, as determined by the commission, if that's the direction the committee would like to go into.
Thank you.
Senator Stewart.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Deirdre, for being here. So in the GEO's sort of explanation earlier today, they talked about using the IRS's definition of work of a significant nature. Is that sufficient from your vantage point to give you direction in terms of reviewing those affidavits and confirming whether or not work of a significant nature has been done based on what's been provided?
I would have to see the definition, but I think it would be helpful to at least reference it in 35A. So there's an expectation or a knowledge of what the expectation is and not an assumption that we're using this IRS definition without referencing maybe what that means.
So if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So if we pointed to that definition in this bill's language, that would be sufficient to give you folks the clarity that you need?
I believe so. I mean, I haven't seen the definition, so I don't want to say it unequivocally, but I mean, I think any idea of what was intended is always helpful.
Any other questions for Ms. Schneider? Great. Is there anybody else committee members want to hear from before we have a motion? Senator Stewart.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just one last quick follow-up for the PUC. Did we just lose her? We may have just lost her. Shoot.
Jason, can you bring Deirdre back over, please?
Yes, I'm bringing her right back.
So sorry about that, Deirdre. So one last question. In confirming some of that language in the affidavit, would it be all right if that information was shared with the utilities to confirm that that's actually taken place? Does that question make sense to you?
Meaning, if once we receive the affidavit, we confirm with the utility that that information is accurate.
Right.
I think that would work. I would like to just, double check with the folks that actually do this on a daily basis to make sure that is workable. And if I could probably do that pretty quickly, but if you wanted to just vote now and I can confirm if there's a change that needs to be made during language review, that's an option, I would assume.
Okay.
Any other questions for Ms. Schneider before we beam her back on the other side? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else committee members want to hear from before we move to a motion and debate and discussion on this amendment? Okay, I'll recognize Senator Stewart for the purposes of making a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move ought to pass as amended, provided the language that Lindsay, just nod if you have the language from the governor's energy office in there. And I think I'll incorporate into that directly pointing to the IRS definition of work of a substantial nature. I think if that makes sense, just keep nodding if that makes sense. Okay, great. And as well as clarifying in there, if it's helpful for the PUC, that they can, once they've received those affidavits, they can confirm with the utilities as well.
Okay, Senator Stewart has made a motion. Is there a second? Seconded. I need a voice. I can't do it with a hand. Representative Wadsworth. I'm sorry, Representative Wadsworth, were you seconding? Whoops. I'll go to Representative Foster. Were you, Representative Wadsworth, back to you. Were you seconding?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Seconded by, and I apologize because some people listen to this on audio, so we can't, I can't, simply have a shake of the head or raise the hand to do that. So it's been moved by Senator Stewart, seconded by Representative Wadsworth. Debate or discussion? Okay, I'll chime in. I'm very comfortable with this. I think it's a good resolution to a situation we've known about for quite a time, trying to figure out. I appreciate the GEO and Mr. Harwood and everybody working so hard on this, and I really appreciate the members of the solar community in weighing in on their thoughts too as well. Compromising these things out is never easy. It's never an easy way to resolve things, and we never know how something, especially new like this, is going to work. But I'm going to be voting in favor. I think this is a very good resolution. Any other debate or discussion? Okay, Jason, why don't you call the roll?
Senator Lawrence?
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli?
Yes.
Senator Vitale is a yes. Senator Stewart?
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Barry? Representative Barry is not present. Representative Cuddy? Not present. Representative Grohowski? Not present. Representative Kessler? Not present. Representative Ziegler?
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Sachs? Not present. Representative Wadsworth?
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon? Not present. Representative Foster?
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. Representative Carlo? Not present. That would be 6 voting in favor and 7 not present.
And I thought I heard Representative Grohowski there for a second. Nicole, are you there? Did you want to be recorded on the vote? And Seth, you're not there, and Representative Kessler is not there. Okay. So Jason, the vote is 6-0. 7 members being absent. So refresh my memory. Do you remember, Lindsay, if we had a quorum when we started, does it prevent us from, I don't think it prevents us from voting and allows those people who couldn't be here because they had to go to something else from voting when they come back. Is that correct?
I would have to check on that. Quorum is 7, but I don't know if you had quorum when you started. So I'd have to check.
We did, because we had a vote on going into work session, and there was a quorum at that time. So the vote is 6-0 and ought to pass as amended. And we'll give a chance for members to come back and vote, and we'll check on that rule as we go along. I'm going to try to get back into the other room to check on the list of the people who are testifying, but I believe the first bill we have is Representative Grohowski's bill to go into public hearing on. And I don't know if Representative Grohowski is back. Nope, she is not. So we'll skip over that. We'll wait till she gets back. The second bill we have is my bill, which is the omnibus bill, an act regarding energy, utilities, and technology. This is a bill, as I will start on the public hearing. So if I could just ask Senator Vitale to chair. And I guess maybe if we only have 6 here now, I'm going to have to put the committee at ease and see if we can get a quorum here. So actually we can start our public hearings. So let's put at ease. If you could silence your audio and your video, and we'll take a brief break. We'll be back in 15 minutes at 10:20 to try to start our public hearings.
This is called herding cats.
Yes, it is. It's always so busy towards the end of committee.
Yep, everybody's running around.
Okay, and if everybody could just please turn their video back on, we're ready to get started again. So I'm just trying to visually confirm who is here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll wait for the others to come back. And I did talk to the Secretary of the Senate about rules, and he said, yeah, it's difficult on Zoom because when you start the vote, you may see all the people there, but unless you have 7 people who are visually on, you can't complete the vote. So we're still at the vote. We're still in work session, and we need to get 7 people on so we can complete this roll call. So I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I may have one more, Mr. Chair, coming.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate everybody's patience. This is a very difficult time in the session, and we're all pulled in so many different directions. So we just need to complete this vote, and then hopefully Representative Representative Grochowski will be with us so we can go into public hearing and begin the hearing on her bill.
Mr. Chair, is Representative Cuddy there?
He said he was coming back. He said he was in the middle of another hearing, and so was Representative Sachs.
There's your 7.
Yes, and up there, Representative Cuddy. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We now have a quorum, and I'll repeat the motion. The motion on the floor is the motion of Senator Stewart on ought to pass as amended. This is the NEB proposal, the changes to NEB, and he did amend his motion from what appeared on the screen to include the 2 requests that the PUC made regarding a clearer definition of what substantial work was and a little bit more on the process on how they get the information. So if we're ready, we can go through the roll call again. Jason, do you want to call the roll?
Okay. Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Barry. Not present. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grochowski. Not present. Representative Kessler. Not present. Representative Ziegler. Not present. Representative Sachs. Not present. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Not present. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That's 7 in favor of the motion and 6 not present.
Okay. So thank you. 7 being in favor of the motion and 6 being present. It's going to be a majority report on the ought to pass as amended. We'll have to wait and see when the other votes show up, what their votes are going to be recorded as. And I'd ask if somebody on the committee could text Representative Grochowski to see if she's available to present her bill. So we'll have completed our work session. We can now go into public hearing. And unfortunately, I know Representative Barry had wanted me to take them in order, but because Representative Grochowski isn't here, I'm going to have to take them out of order. So I'll go to first my bill, and I'll ask Senator Vitelli, if you would chair so I can present my bill.
I will certainly do my best, Senator Lawrence. So we will now open a public hearing on LD 337. And I will call on Senator Lawrence to present his legislation to us.
Thank you very much. And if you recall, this is the omnibus bill that I brought in earlier in the session to give us a vehicle if we wanted to do anything at the very end of the session, and we needed a piece of legislation to do it. It's called an act regarding utilities, technology, energy, utilities, and technology. And I was approached by Michael Stoddard, who from the Efficiency Maine Trust, who has some technical changes he wanted to do with Green Bank. And he has those. I believe, Lindsay, that has been emailed out to the committee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's been emailed out to the committee. I defer any questions to him. I did ask him to check with Representative Ziegler and Senator Carney, because I know they were very involved in the Green Bill. But with that, I'll just hopefully defer any questions to Mr. Stoddard.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. We will now ask to bring Michael Stoddard over. So if any members of the committee have questions.
Sorry, Senator, are there any questions for me?
Oh, sorry.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Trying to save us some
Great.
time here, Senator.
I understand.
Are there any questions for Senator Lawrence before we pose them to Michael Stoddard? Seeing none, Senator, are there questions from the committee for Michael Stoddard, who is now with us?
Good morning, Senator. Maybe I could just do a brief introduction, and that would help because I recognize that this is all piling into your inbox with very late notice. And I have a bit of an explanation for that as well. So perhaps I could just lay it out quickly, and then if that helps prompt people or guide their questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
That would be very helpful. Thank you. Mr.
Senator,
Stoddard.
good morning. My name is Michael Stoddard. I am the Executive Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of LD 337 as amended with the language that was circulated yesterday. The explanation for why this is coming now is actually fairly straightforward. A year ago, your committee passed, and then the full legislature enacted, two pieces of legislation that proposed to expand and build out a bit the trust's authority to provide financing to Maine consumers who were engaging in some kind of an energy efficiency or clean energy project. The ones you have heard us talk about in the past: heat pumps, weatherizing homes, providing new HVAC systems or refrigeration systems in their buildings, et cetera. And those two programs, one was called CPACE or Commercial PACE Loans, and the other was called the Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator, which also sometimes goes by the name of a green bank. And that was Representative Ziegler's bill. Both were enacted a year ago. And since that time, our staff has been working with some attorneys and with experts in other states and talking to our sister agencies in state government to better understand what is needed and what we should be focusing on, and also how would we go about doing it. And in the process of doing that research and having those conversations, and as we've been getting closer and closer to settling on a handful of loan programs that we would like to start offering this year, we have received some questions from people asking if we really have clear authority to take some of those steps, to perform some of those operations. And as it may not surprise you to learn, some of the provisions that were enacted last year are at a pretty high level. They're in some cases a bit general and vague. And as you might also imagine, the finance industry doesn't really love, they don't love that. They like specificity and clarity. And so I realized that we had a very, very brief window of opportunity here to try and add a few technical definitions to our statute and also clarify in writing some authority, which generally I would argue our trust already has, and in some cases is already exercising, but is not written down clearly. And so I asked Chairman Lawrence if he would agree to use this vehicle to create some of that clarity in the statute, so that if, for example, hypothetically, in the future, we were to try to capitalize a loan program with bond money from FAME, the bond market would be able to look to the statute and see very clearly that we did have the authority to take a security interest in a loan. We did have the authority to dispose of property if we needed to. A lot of these are contingencies and eventualities that may never happen, but if you don't have them in writing, then the lenders and the bond markets can't be sure that you could actually dispose of it, and they will then charge more on their funds because there's uncertainty, and they don't like uncertainty. So that's the gist of what we're asking for. And I will also add that you'll see some language about basic authority or actions that the trust could take in implementing these programs. I took that language almost verbatim out of the FAME statute, the Finance Authority of Maine. So the right to make agreements, the right to the power, I should say, to acquire and dispose of property, etc. I looked there, and I worked with Lindsay to point to those places so that you should have some assurance that this language has been vetted on prior occasions. So notwithstanding the fact that we're at the 11th hour here, I hope you would take some comfort in knowing that these are well-defined terms. And I'll stop there and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Are there now questions for Mr. Stoddard from members of the committee? I don't see any questions. I was just taking a look at the amended language. I guess I would pose a question, Mr. Stoddard. Are the financial institutions comfortable with the language as far as you know?
I do not know. It's pure speculation on my part about we're not in the midst of seeking capital from other organizations at this time, and so I haven't reached that point of a conversation. And part of the reason for that is twofold. One is we were very fortunate to receive a large federal grant about 10 years ago. And that has provided the source of capital that has been sufficient to cover the demand for loans in that period of time. So we haven't had to go out and ask for new capital. Additionally, as you will be aware, last year when your committee and the rest of the legislature enacted LD 1733, that was the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, which was your plan for how to spend the federal funds from the ARPA legislation. $50 million of that was directed to be administered by the Efficiency Maine Trust over the next 4 years. And that is more capital, some of which we could theoretically use to capitalize some of this financing. In particular, we're thinking we would like to do that with municipalities and schools so that they can get some projects done with no money down. But they would need some kind of arrangement like a lease, what's called a municipal lease. And that's another example of a term that I wanted to add to the definitions in this statute so that we could be clear that we have that authority. But my point being, we may already have the capital we need for the foreseeable future. So I'm not asking people out in the investor community right now for more funding. But so I don't have any feedback from them. I do want to say, however, Senator, that just to assuage some potential concerns. We're not asking for more money. We're not proposing, this bill doesn't propose to move money around or establish new allowable uses for any of the funding streams that we already have.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there other questions, information needs that this committee has in regards to the proposed legislation?
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes, Senator Lawrence.
So I believe I'm just looking at the list of people who want to testify on this bill. And there is another person who wants to testify in favor. So you may want to go to that. I believe it's somebody from the Union of Concerned Scientists, Steve Clemmer, wishing to testify in favor.
Thank you, Senator. I did not have access to that list, so I appreciate that. Jason, if you can bring the individual over, we can hear his testimony.
Should be on his way.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you and see you, so please introduce yourself and provide us with your remarks.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Steve Clemmer. I'm the Director of Energy Research in the Union of Concerned Scientists Clean Energy Program. I am a resident of Maine. UCS is the nation's leading science-based nonprofit organization with more than 500,000 supporters, including more than 2,500 in Maine. I offer this testimony in support of LD 337. I want to apologize. I only found out about this bill late yesterday, so I really haven't had time to prepare any written testimony yet. In addition to testifying in support of LD 1659 last year, I led the development of a recommendation to create a state green bank as a member of the Energy Working Group for the Maine Climate Council that was included in the Maine Climate Action Plan. And that recommendation was based off of a report I co-authored back in 2016 that was entitled Green Banks Transforming Clean Energy Financing in Maine. So I've been thinking about these issues for quite a while. The high energy prices Mainers are currently paying for energy this winter that have been further exacerbated by the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the decisions by the US and many other countries to ban Russian oil and natural gas imports really underscores the importance of rapidly scaling up clean energy programs like this. This is especially important for low and moderate income households in Maine who are really struggling to make ends meet and have fewer resources to invest in more efficient houses, heat pumps, electric vehicles, solar, and other clean energy technologies that have high upfront costs, but at the same time deliver significant and immediate energy bill savings and emission reductions. We support the modest changes and clarifications in LD 337, which will help Efficiency Maine increase the effectiveness and the benefits of implementing new loan products and services. They should also give the financial community more confidence in partnering with Efficiency Maine to deliver these products and services and expand their reach. And we really appreciate the due diligence that Efficiency Maine has gone through over the past year to conduct a gap analysis, as well as to gather input from key stakeholders and outside experts. In particular, we support the language added under Section 6 that would expand and diversify the potential funding sources needed to capitalize the Clean Energy Accelerator. Michael had just mentioned the money that has come through through the ARPA funds. In addition to that, UCS has been working very closely with the Coalition for Green Capital and other groups at the national level to advance the proposed national accelerator that's included in the Build Back Better Act. And while that bill has been stalled in the Senate for the last few months, I think there's some promising signs from Senator Manchin and others that the climate and clean energy provisions of that bill could move forward in some fashion, especially with the crisis that's going on right now in Ukraine and needing to reduce dependency on fossil fuels and help lower the prices. So allowing Efficiency Maine to tap into other public and private sources of funding to help capitalize the accelerator is important for two reasons. One, in the event that the national accelerator doesn't move forward, but also if it does move forward, it can obviously help greatly expand the reach of these programs. But being able to diversify those funding sources to tap into other state and other types of funding sources is also important to make sure that things move forward efficiently. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Clemmer, for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here today. And just as a reminder, this committee does like written testimony. So if you have an opportunity to submit what you just presented in writing, that would be helpful. But
sure, I can do that. Thank you so much.
thank you. So I better check with Jason to find out if there's anyone else in the attendee list who's here to speak in favor of this bill, Jason?
Nope, that's everyone on my list.
Okay, anyone speaking against?
I don't have anyone on my list other than the Michael Stoddard and Steve Clemmer.
Okay, and so neither for nor against, nobody there either?
No.
Okay. So unless there's somebody there who at the last minute wants to speak and can raise their hand. I see a note from Rob Wood. Representative Foster, do you have a question? You're muted, sir. You're still muted. Trying to read your lips.
Sorry, I was just going to point out that Rob Wood had his hand up for testifying.
Thank you. So Jason, if you could bring Rob Wood in, please, we'll hear what he has to say.
You'll be right over.
Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Senator
Thank you
Patel.
for joining us. Please go right ahead.
Good morning, Senator Patel. Thank you, and Senator Lawrence and members of the committee. I understand that you have a long day ahead of you, so I'll just offer very brief comments in support of this legislation. And like Mr. Clemmer, have not had a chance to write down testimony yet. I will aim to do that later today. And I just wanted to, primarily just offer kind of appreciation for Mr. Stoddard and Efficiency Maine for doing all of the very detailed and excellent due diligence that they've done to move forward the Clean Energy Accelerator as well as the CPACE program. And specifically, just wanted to note that the CPACE legislation that this committee passed last session. That would be its Efficiency Maine is moving forward with rulemaking to implement the CPACE program and incorporating that into the accelerator program that they're developing. And we feel that many of the provisions in this bill before you today will be important for ensuring smooth and effective implementation of the CPACE program in addition to the accelerator. And would just echo many of the remarks that Mr. Clemmer made as well regarding the importance of clean energy financing mechanisms, especially at this time. And I will leave my remarks there and just say thank you for the opportunity, and we'll hope to submit written comments later today. But we're very supportive of the bill and Efficiency Maine's efforts and appreciate their work on this bill.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Wood, for being here. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll beam you back over. Senator Stewart, did you have a question or you just, okay. Anyone else that wishes to speak on this bill? Okay, seeing none, I believe we will close the public hearing on LD 337.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if there's a quorum present, I think unless there's any objection from the committee, I'd like to move that we go into work session and just work this bill and get it done.
I was wondering that myself, and it looks as though we do have a quorum present, so I would accept a motion to go into work session on this
So
bill.
moved.
Moved by Senator Lawrence. Representative Sachs, are you seconding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we go into work session on LD 337. Lindsay, do you want to review what we've just heard and see if there's any questions that need to be clarified?
I apologize. What would you like me to review?
Well, I'm assuming people have had a chance to look at the language, but it might be good to just quickly put it up there if you can do that.
Okay, I have not done bill analysis on this. So I can certainly share the amendment and try to walk through it as best I can. It's going to be a little on the fly, so I'll apologize in advance.
It's pretty brief.
Bear with me one moment. Okay, so I am sharing my screen. Let me know if you can see it.
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, so this is Senator Lawrence's amendment to LD 337. So this is an act regarding the powers of Efficiency Maine Trust and the Maine Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator. So as Mr. Stoddard spoke about, one of the first things is to modify the existing powers, duties, and limitations for Efficiency Maine Trust with respect to the trust itself. So I'm going to scroll down to the additions. So the new language explicitly states that Efficiency Maine Trust has the ability to make agreements, obtain necessary certifications to carry out its powers and duties, obtain insurance, seek professional services, including legal services, and to acquire, use, improve, and dispose of property. So that applies to all of their operations. Then we get down into the specific changes to the accelerator program. So the amendment includes some definitions, includes the definition of a lease and a security interest, and discusses the establishment of the program and sort of just kicks over to subsection 7 where it gets into a little more specifics about the funding. And we'll get there in a moment. So in terms of finance and investment, there's just clarifying language that the accelerator may provide finance and investment services, including but not limited to overseeing prudent, non-controlling equity investments in businesses engaged in building, developing, financing, owning, operating, or supplying materials for qualified projects, lending money or otherwise extending credit, and clarifying, and this is why we define leases, that the accelerator may provide capital to qualified projects in the form of leases, and then there's a catch-all that was already in existing law. We get down to this is subsection 7. And so it's expanding the ways in which the accelerator may be capitalized. So instead of just federal funds, now it's state funds appropriated or allocated for purposes consistent with the section. Revenues of the trust received from transmission and distribution utilities, natural gas utilities, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative Trust Fund, and ISO New England. Also funds from settlements that may be approved by the PUC or the Office of the Attorney General or other governmental entities, and then other public or private sources. So expanding the ability for the program to receive those funds. That is it. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Lindsay. That was excellently done. Just there were a few members who were not here during the presentation, so it was probably helpful to just review what's in front of us. Are there questions at this point, or I would be willing to entertain a motion? Representative Stewart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, and I think Mr. Stoddard, I thought about it after he left the public hearing and then was going to ask him during the work session. And look at that, we're already there. So if we could get him back real quick, I just have one question for him.
Okay, we'll bring Mr. Starter back. Senator Lawrence, do you have a question or comment while we're waiting?
No, I was going to make a motion, but I'm
Okay.
happy deferring to Senator Stewart.
Okay, we'll get back to you on the motion. Senator Stewart, we have Michael Stoddard back with us if you want to pose your
Great.
question.
Thank you very much, and good to see you, Mr. Stoddard. The question is there any intent to use ratepayer funds to capitalize these, the funding for this project, anything beyond what would currently be the case as of today? It seems like it's mostly geared towards allocation of ARPA funds and things like that, but I just wanted to confirm that.
That is correct. We have no ask and we have no intention right now. One thing that you see in some states is something called on-bill financing, which is a tool where you use the utilities billing system, and I could see a future in which we might, if there was a policy that was enacted that said we do want you to use ratepayer funds, which you do now with our regular energy efficiency programs, we give the money out as rebates, so it's cash. But there could be situations where you said, well, actually, we want you to give a little bit of cash, but we also want the customer to pay back the balance of the project cost. But we know they can't come up with that initially, especially if they're maybe lower moderate income or small businesses. And so we would want you, Efficiency Maine, to loan them the balance of the project cost. And so it could be a situation in the future where it might be funds that we got from the utilities, from ratepayers. There's no program like that today, and we're not planning one today, but we thought that it would, people would want to be able to look back to the statute and see that we had the authority to do that if that were approved.
That's the only question I had, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Representative Foster has a question. Is this for Mr. Stoddard?
Yes, thank you. I didn't have one, but he's raised that question in my mind. So thank you, Mr. Stoddard. I'm wondering, from what you just said, first you said something about a policy change, but then it sounded like this would in fact allow you to use ratepayer funds as the language is now, or would it give you that opportunity but require future policy change to do so? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Representative. I believe that it would give us the ability to use ratepayer funds for loans, but it wouldn't give us the ability to ask for more ratepayer funds than we're already getting. So we're already getting a budget every year from ratepayer funds, and that's driven by the determination of how much meets the standard of that we're directed to harvest of energy efficiency, and it has to be approved by the commission. That dollar amount is not going to change. This is really just giving us more ways in which we could spend that dollar amount. So we're not envisioning suddenly to go back and tap that like a piggy bank to just expand the funding that we have. It's to take the existing budgets we have and have more options for how we would invest it for the best interest of the ratepayers.
You all set, Representative Foster?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions for Mr. Stoddard? Seeing none, thank you for, oops, wait a second. Representative Kessler, did you have a question for Mr. Stoddard before we?
Thank you,
shoot him
yes.
over?
As the language of this amendment is written, and with the existing statute of the Clean Energy Accelerator, is there anything preventing Efficiency Maine from engaging in helping to finance like larger grid scale projects, like grid scale renewables?
I'm sorry to say I don't have the original Green Bank legislation right in front of me, but I do think there were some limits there, Representative Kessler. I think that transmission distribution infrastructure was not listed among the eligible uses of the green bank. Although, as you point out, renewable energy projects are one of the things that was listed in the legislation as an eligible use. I will tell you that, so I guess I would say theoretically, yes, we could. Our gap analysis that we've done recently has led us to believe that the grid scale, utility scale renewable energy projects are not having any trouble finding financing right now. So we weren't thinking that that would be a top priority for us initially as we sort of take baby steps to launch the programs of this. We were going to focus more on smaller customers initially.
That answer your question, Representative Kessler?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Representative Sachs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify for Representative Kessler is a proud co-sponsor and lots of work on 1659. You can go back to the text of that bill. There is a list of qualified projects if you're interested. And I appreciate, Mr. Stoddard, this. The tweet, what I really see is just tweaks to clarify understanding. And we knew that probably would happen with such a big bill as the accelerator bill was, stewarded by our capable colleague, Representative Ziegler. But that these technical changes would have been necessary no matter when this came. So I'm glad that it's coming forward today in this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing no further questions from committee members for Representative Michael Stoddard, I will now turn to Senator Lawrence, who I believe has a motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to pass as amended.
Second it.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second
Representative
it.
Ziegler, I heard you say that. Thank you for voicing that. It's been moved and seconded to pass. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, I will then ask Jason to go to the roll call on the motion ought to pass.
Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Barry. Not present. Representative Cuddy. Not present. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Not present. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. It is 10 in favor of the motion and 3 absent.
Did Senator Vitelli have to leave?
I think
I'm
she's
sorry,
muted.
I was muted, but I was closing the work session on LD 337 and turning things back over to you, Senator.
Thank you very much. So it sounds like the motion prevailed. Is that right, Jason?
I have 10 in favor of the motion and 3 absent. That's correct.
Great. Okay. So we'll go back into, and thank you to Senator Vitelli for chairing and fitting in a pinch to get that done and get another bill off our plate. We're going back to our public hearings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 public hearings to complete today. So I'll go first to doing them in order as Representative Barry requested. So we'll go back to the order and we'll go to LD 318, an act to provide more options to Maine Electric service customers and support Maine's climate goals. And I'll recognize the sponsor of the bill, our own Representative Grahowski.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good morning again to all of my honorable colleagues on this committee. I appreciate Director Stoddard sort of teeing up a little bit of the concepts in this bill, including the importance of the on-bill financing option. So I think it's a good order we've ended up here. So I appreciate the opportunity to testify this morning in support of LD 318, which I'll just say the new name once because it's long. It's renamed to Resolve to direct the Office of Public Advocate to study reforming Maine's system of retail electricity supply to provide more options to Maine customers and support Maine's climate goals. As we experience so acutely in this committee, we have spent a good deal of time discussing Maine's electricity usage, supply, billing, and delivery, and the climate impacts of our actions. We have wrestled with topics like how to support Maine's climate goals, increase renewable energy development at different scales, deal with performance issues and widespread customer dissatisfaction with our investor-owned utilities, and smartly finance the necessary investments in generation and transmission to decarbonize our economy. Ratepayer costs are something we discuss daily, and now the conversation, as I think you would agree, is as pressing as ever with the over 80% increases in standard offer rates for customers in our IOU territories this year. Maine has adopted goals to reduce its climate emissions and increase beneficial electrification, especially of Maine's home heating and transportation sectors. The price of electricity supply can delay or frustrate the achievements of such goals, which is just one of many good reasons to try to contain costs. In addition, customer satisfaction with our two IOUs remains embarrassingly low compared to elsewhere in the country, so low that our Public Utilities Commission has recently opened an investigation into the corporate ownership of Central Maine Power to try to identify some of these root causes. Our frustration with utility billing, service, and cost is serious and now seemingly status quo. Mainers have lots of choices in virtually every aspect of their lives as consumers, but not so much in their role as ratepayers. The limited choices they're afforded via our current electricity system leads to frustration, anger, or sometimes even despair. No one piece of legislation can address all of these issues that we experience in transitioning to a decarbonized, customer-centric future. However, it is time for consumers to have a consumer-driven study of options for this future. That is why the study proposed in this resolve would be conducted by our public advocate. And that is what my amendment to LD 318 provides. The current system of standard offer service and competitive electricity provider service has not delivered to Maine customers the full benefit of retail competition envisioned when the state separated T&D assets from generation. Instead, we've seen some consumers be victimized by certain competitive electricity providers, while others are confused about standard offer service and how to try to be proactive and reduce their electricity bills. More than a dozen other states have full and open competition, which can provide innovative supply options and products to consumers to increase consumer satisfaction, assist customers in selecting the supply choices they desire, assist customers in financing renewable energy and beneficial electrification options, encourage customers to save money through time of use pricing options to encourage load shifting, and help promote climate goals. Perhaps there are other ways to achieve these benefits for consumers. Maybe there is a way to reform our current standard offer system to insulate ratepayers from price shocks. The point of this study is to determine if how we've dealt with competitive supply over the past 20 plus years has been in the best interest of our constituents, or if we could do better. I hope that this study will point us in the direction of increased access to renewables for interested consumers and time of use pricing to enable people to adapt their energy budgets and usage to their needs and ability to pay. I also encourage the OPA and stakeholders involved in this study, should we move forward with it, to join together to push for widespread adoption of on-bill financing to promote beneficial electrification for residential and commercial customers. The study as proposed includes a comprehensive review of consumer protections and education efforts. It also requests consideration of a state-hosted website where all providers are required to post their supply offers and where consumers can easily compare prices and shop for the type of supply that is attractive to them. I think this could be a very helpful resource for us to share with constituents who, at least mine are, asking for information about their options. If we do not make the effort to consider reforming Maine's electricity supply system at a time when all Mainers are suffering from high electricity prices, we may never do so in the future. Thus, I think LD 318 is a timely piece of legislation worthy of thoughtful consideration in our remaining days together. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony regarding 318. I would be happy to answer any questions that I can at this time.
Thank you very much, Representative Grochowski. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Grochowski, for the testimony. Just curious, you spent some time talking about ratepayer dissatisfaction with the utilities, but I want to clarify this particular resolve now deals only with the electricity providers and not transmission and delivery utilities. Am I right there? Or I just want to make sure that's the only piece we're talking about as far as how rates would be affected.
Thank you for the question, Representative Foster. So in some states, instead of the utilities being in charge of the billing, which is something that we hear serious complaints about from CMP, and now I'm hearing them from my Versant constituents as well, there are companies that actually provide that service so that you would not be getting a bill directly from CMP or Versant, but rather from the retailer that you had selected to work with. And what I've heard anecdotally is that these bills are a lot more user friendly. They give people options. Can give people options to say, I love hydro. I want 100% hydro, or I love wind and I want that too. And it's being billed to them in a more user friendly way. And I think and people could disagree what is user friendly or not, but the point is, in some states it's not the utilities sending out the bills anymore, and so that is the connection there to our current T&D status quo operations.
Great. Any follow-up, Representative Foster?
No, thank you.
Okay. Other questions for Representative Grochowski? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative. And we'll now go on to, I don't see any co-sponsors testifying, so we'll go on to people testifying in favor of this legislation. And I just want to thank you, Jason, for setting up the list so that it's organized in a way we had talked about at the last meeting. So I'll go first to Travis Kavula from NRG and Energy Inc., who's going to be testifying in favor. And if you could also, Jason, bring across Tony Buxton, who will be testifying in favor.
Thank you very much, Senator, and you got the name correct. I appreciate that. I'm Travis Kavula, and it's great to be joining you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. I'm Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for NRG. Previously, I was almost a decade in public service as a Montana Public Service Commissioner, actually regulating certain utilities that are affiliated with operating companies that do business in Maine. So I understand and sympathize with some of the concerns that you've faced over the years. And I also held during my time as regulator the position as president of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. In my national roles, I've been engaged in the conversation about the appropriate structure of New England power markets for almost a decade. And I always come back to one principle, that customers tend to want a cleaner supply of electricity. And when they're given a visible and affordable choice to do so, their own behavior can be a catalyst for an energy transition that shouldn't just be coming from the top down. My current employer, NRG, is a Fortune 500 producer and retailer of energy, and our customers' desire for cleaner and more affordable energy supplies led us to sign 2,600 megawatts of power purchase agreements for renewables in just the last few years. Just to give a comparison, that's enough renewable power to serve about half of Maine's total electricity needs for a year, though that portfolio is spread across the country. In Maine in particular, one of our companies, Zoom, offers a plan right now to Central Maine Power customers that's cost competitive with standard offer service, but also provides customers 50% of their energy from renewable sources. We also offer a product that is lower priced than standard offer service and allows customers to fix that rate for 2 years, insulating themselves from the price shocks that could come from next year's SOS rate. As the committee knows and has already heard the statistics on a couple of times in this course of this morning, the SOS rates have risen substantially, and gas prices worldwide continue to rise, placing upward pressure on customers. If customers had been encouraged to lock in rates under a 12 or 24-month contract with competitive suppliers in the fall of 2021, they could have saved a substantial amount of money off of the 2022 standard offer services. We had products in the market that would have saved them 15 to 20% on energy supply if they'd signed a contract in October or November. And so I think the bottom line is that we are concerned that the current regulatory structure doesn't do enough to empower customers to choose alternative energy providers, which in turn creates a system where competitive supply of electricity is stagnating. Now, that's not true for all customers in Maine. In fact, nearly every single megawatt hour that serves the industrial market in Maine is activated through the competitive retail market. It's virtually ubiquitous there. Similarly, for medium commercial and industrial customers, 60 to 70% of the energy used by those customers is supplied by the competitive retail market, and those numbers have held steady for the better part of a decade. But for residential customers and small business customers, shopping for energy supply has declined since the program's beginning. In 2014, about 30% of those customers' energy needs were served by the competitive market. Today, it's about 10%. So at a time when customers more than ever are proactively making choices for things like streaming services and data plans, the same thing can't be said about Maine's residential electricity market. And this study would endeavor to find out how things like that can change. Specifically, NRG appreciates that the study will ask a number of questions. Among those that we're most interested are, number one, are there ways to make sure customers have more information and better visibility around their options through things like a better shopping website? The lack of these ready-to-use tools actually encourages marketers of these products to engage in marketing tactics that I personally, as a consumer, would not appreciate and shouldn't be relied on typically in the market. So we've got to think of ways to make marketing better, more user-friendly, easier to leverage for consumers who might want to buy a type of product like this. Second, are there ways to make sure utility investments in smart meters are being leveraged to provide customers more access to data about their energy usage? It's an important question to ask. Why is the smart grid that millions of dollars have been spent on, why is the smart grid so dumb, effectively? Because it's not being leveraged to transform the customer experience, candidly. Third, I think it's time that we consider that customers should have a bill of rights, whether they're taking service from competitive suppliers or from standard offer service. Fourth, and this is one that the bill sponsor, whose efforts we appreciate, has teed up, is there a way for standard offer service and competitive suppliers to own the billing function to customers rather than the utility, and to create performance requirements and incentives around that billing function to minimize errors? That's, I think, a very important reform in light of what Maine has experienced recently. And then finally, is there a way to leverage the competitive retail market to get customers themselves to use their buying power to make greater investments in clean energy? NRG hopes to reach a system of regulation where that kind of innovation is promoted and rewarded under state policy. And we have in mind particular innovations like on-bill financing and smart home systems, renewable power, home power storage, and EV charging infrastructure. In other markets, we can provide real-time information on a customer's electricity bill to date, allowing them to better plan their usage and give them the opportunity to manage their costs. The sponsors amendment does not dictate that NRG's vision will become mains, but it does create a process that is consumer focused and consumer driven to determine what vision will become a reality for Maine's electricity customers in the future. And we're very happy and excited at the prospect of participating in that study alongside other stakeholders through the OPA. So we ask that you pass LD 318 as amended, and I'd be glad to take any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Kavula? Representative Foster. Oh, Representative Foster, did you have a question?
My unmute button's not working well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question. Thank you, Mr. Kavula, for being here today. As you know, this committee has dealt with the retail opportunities, if you will, in the state of Maine. We've had issues with it, and the committee's had work over my 4 years on it from time to time in varying areas. One of the questions I would have on this proposal as the Office of the Public Advocate would look at this is the thought that we should move to full retail choice. And I'll just voice my concern that many customers who have gone to retail choice in Maine have found that up until recently, the standard offer long-term ended up being financially a better choice for them, and they've gone back to that. And I'm wondering if you could speak to why your company would think that not offering the standard offer in conjunction or in addition to retail would not be the best way to go.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Foster, I think you could do it either way, to be candid, and states have reached different determinations on these outcomes. And what we're asking here today is to take a look at that. What I will say is that the dominant position of the standard offer service, which creates a kind of provider of first resort to 90% of the customers now in the residential market who use it, basically squeezes out a lot of the effective competition you would have for the rest of that market. And it's hard to compete. It's hard to have a competitive market when you have that kind of structure, and it does end up exposing customers who are on standard offer service to certain risks as that standard offer service price resets. As we've seen just this year, is a good indication of that. So I do think retailers have the ability to add a lot of value here. And I'll just go back to the example that I had. If you had signed up for the product that I was describing in the fall of last year that we offer, it would have indeed been above the standard offer service price for 2021, but it would have been lower, significantly lower than the price for standard offer service in 2022. And in essence, you would have been buying an insurance-like product from us that allows you to fix your rate over a couple years' time and thus avoid the price swing that you saw when the SOS prices were reset. So I think there needs to be some sort of better reflection of that. I think one other thing we mean when we talk about full retail competition is, again, going back to owning the billing function. Well, one of the customer service practices that we've heard as a concern in the retail market is that, and let me be clear, these retailers should be regulated out of business, in my view, but we've heard from certain residential customers that all of a sudden they'll find themselves having been enrolled in a product that they did not sign up for. And when you put instead of the billing function in the hands of the supplier, where its brand is visible on the bill, it becomes very obvious to a customer when their supplier is changed, as opposed to a supplier's costs that end up hiding out on the third or fourth page of a utility delivered bill. So I think there are, we kind of face two paths here. One where you can look at the market and say, wow, it's gone from 30 to 10%. Why don't we just take it away altogether? Which I understand is what certain parties might advocate here. But I don't think the right approach is to stop people from having a choice. I think the right approach is to try to give people more choices and to give more people visibility around these products that exist in the market, to try to in essence, pull the lever of competition in a regulated structure such that you can use it to address some of the consumer services problems you've had with both retailers and the utility, as well as for clean energy policy and other policy considerations.
Thank you very much for that answer. Any follow-up, Representative Foster?
No, thank you.
Okay. Representative Wadsworth, you have a question?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, Mr. Kavula. So, I mean, I know you don't work in Maine, but what's any guesstimate of what the cost would be with separate billing on the Maine ratepayer? Is there any way to estimate that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Wadsworth, I don't have an estimate handy for you at the moment. I know so Maryland's Public Service Commission has recently ordered the adoption of a voluntary supplier consolidated billing approach, and their implementation costs do amount to millions of dollars. But I think ultimately some of those software solutions will be scalable if other jurisdictions adopt it. It depends on the billing, the software infrastructure that utilities use. There's also a question of cost allocation. Should that be paid by consumers themselves, or should those costs be allocated to the competitive supply community? And so I think we're willing to discuss those in the context of a study. I will say that I think the introduction of, as we call it, supplier consolidated billing would enhance the overall vitality of the market and provide a public benefit. But of course, as your question implies, that needs to be taken in view of the costs that do occur.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Representative Wadsworth? Okay. Any other questions from the committee for Mr. Kavula? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in to testify. And we'll now go on to Tony Buxton, who wishes to testify in favor of this bill.
He's not in the attendees, but I think Steve Hudson may be speaking for him.
Okay, can you bring Mr. Hudson over and we can check that out? Hi, Steve. Tony had signed up to testify in favor of this bill. Are you presenting testimony in his place?
Yes, yes, Senator Lawrence, thank you for recognizing me. I am in real-time communication with Tony, and who is trying to reconnect. He was on for the first 2 hours of the committee's time, had to drop to address something else, and I'm tap dancing to see if he can come back on. If Jason can spot him in the attendee space. If not, I will try to briefly summarize what I believe he was going to do.
Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, Steve, and try to summarize what Tony was going to testify to.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Lawrence, I think Chairman Barry's there. Things are coming and going on my screen, at least this today. So I apologize if I miss anyone. Members of the EUT committee, I'm Stephen Hudson. I'm an attorney with Purdy Flaherty. I am here today to speak on behalf of the Industrial Energy Consumer Group, which is a trade association of Maine's largest consumers who are active in energy policy and have worked with consumers of all sizes to try to reduce costs for all consumers. We have found, because we are the largest consumers and because we have the size to have dedicated staff, that retail competition works for industrial consumers. And we think it has brought significant benefits. But we also we have observed what we see is across other states in which some of our companies have manufacturing facilities as well as competitors do, that where you don't have retail competition, at least for businesses, costs are generally higher than they are where there is competition. So IECG would be glad as a representative of a large business to participate in the study as proposed by the sponsors amendment. We think that the sponsor amendment does a good job of trying to balance the range of options, everything from how do we tweak the standard offer to better serve Mainers, to what other systems are out there, whether it's full regulation or whether it's complete deregulation. We just think that all those options are on the table, and that we really believe that this is the time to study it, given everyone's focus. I know from speaking with many of legislators that your phones constantly ring, and with folks who are concerned about their electricity costs this year. So we're hopeful that the committee will move ahead with the study as proposed, and happy to answer any questions.
Senator Lawrence, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Hudson? I don't see any. I do have one question, Steve. We do have Tony Buxton here right now. Do you want me to bring him over, or did you do enough of a good job to not warrant him coming over? If you could unmute.
Yep, I muted myself out of respect for the committee. I would suggest you bring him in. Like, if he's had a chance to hear what I said, I think he can be very brief, but he may have some additional advice, recommendations for the committee.
Okay, I'm holding you to him being brief. So just so you know, Steve. Why don't you bring Mr. Buxton over?
Okay, he should be right there.
Okay, Tony, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and present any additional testimony you want on this bill.
It took a minute for me to get connected. I apologize. Senator Lawrence, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, members of the committee. I'm Tony Buxton from Pretty Flaherty. I just fell over. Steve presented testimony for IECG. I will be brief. I have two things to say generally. First, as you all deal with the close of the session, I'm sure you're asking yourselves what you can do to reduce costs for ratepayers. There are, quite frankly, not a lot of ideas in comparison to the need. And that's something for which all of us can take some responsibility. One of the purposes of this legislation is to create ideas and give you options that can be considered by the commission, the public advocate, and you in the future as to ways to do things a little bit better. The issue is not that you don't like competition. It is that the ideas about competition are relatively few in coming forward in a way that you can use them. And the purpose of this study would be, as we understand it, to try to find some ways to see what the rest of the world is doing and see if there are any good ideas that we could import. We can only see positive things about a study, and we hope you'll do that. Secondly, I want to note, Senator, and you may want to cut me off, but I just want to give you notice. There was, to my knowledge, no public testimony on the amendment that you've adopted to Senator Stewart's bill. And we'll be providing you later this afternoon, I hope, with our research on the Internal Revenue Code and what the section that has been of some discussion may mean. With that, I won't get into the merits, but I want to thank the committee for their time, and I want to assure you that the Industrial Energy Consumer Group will continue to be a resource if called upon by you and the GEO and the OPA and the PUC to try to help lower costs and at the same time get rapidly to zero carbon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there questions from the committee for Mr. Hudson? I don't see any. Tony, I just want to congratulate you on your casual attire.
Thank you.
We don't often see you that way, but you look very relaxed.
And I'd like to show you my sneakers, but it would just be really awkward. So,
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, thank you for your testimony. We'll go on, excuse me, we'll go on to people testifying against this legislation. Jason, do you have Jafet Els from AARP to beam across?
Yes, he should be right there.
Okay, and if you could also beam across William Harwood from the Public Advocate's Office. He's testifying either for or against, and that will allow us to get all people over who are going to testify. So Jafet, you have the floor, and go ahead, introduce yourself, tell us who you're with and where you're from, and present your testimony.
Good morning. Great to be here. And kudos to Mr. Buxton for his plaid shirt. I was wearing the same one, so I had to quickly change. God forbid testifiers wear the same attire for our hearings. My name is Jafet Els. I'm the Advocacy Director with AARP Maine. As many of you know, we are a nonpartisan nonprofit organization with more than 200,000 members statewide. And I'm here today to testify in opposition to LD 318 as proposed. As was noted earlier, this is moving pretty rapidly, which I think we're all used to toward the end of session. And obviously a significant substitute proposal was issued mid-afternoon yesterday, just the day before our hearing. So thank you for everyone for moving so quickly and with the opportunity to comment on this. So to be clear, AARP Maine supports initiatives to make essential electricity service more affordable to Maine consumers. We've actually initiated the proceeding that is presently before the Maine Public Utilities Commission that would expand the low-income assistance program to more Maine low-income households. And we have supported legislation and proceedings to use federal LIHEAP funds to respond to the rather dramatic increase, I think we can all agree, in the standard offer that is causing significant pain to many of our members. We are indeed hearing a lot about utilities, not just the cost, but also the complexity. So while AARP supports any efforts to focus on the reforms to the Commission's decision to purchase 100% of the standard offer requirements at one time, which has resulted in the dramatic swings in prices that we're seeing and reflect the wholesale market's volatility, we would urge this committee to reject the suggestion, as in this bill, that the retail electric providers can contribute meaningfully to this particular crisis. Rather, we would recommend that this committee support the public advocate's stated intent to fully examine the policies that are governing our standard offer service. We also would suggest that the PUC initiate a public proceeding to examine why it chose to change its historical policy of purchasing laddered wholesale market contracts for a portion of the load annually, and instead move to purchasing 100% of the load at one point in time. We do not agree with the current purchasing policy for exactly the reasons made clear this winter that we're seeing play out this season. Default service or standard offer service should be a plain vanilla electric service that provides the price to beat for retail providers. However, there is no need for additional legislation on this matter at this time, we see. The current law clearly contemplates a more stable procurement policy that the Commission should not have ignored. Our major concern with this bill and the proposed substitute is the suggestion that retail electricity providers might provide some benefits to residential consumers, and that expanded education or promotion of the retail market is worth evaluating. After more than 20 years of experience with retail energy markets in every restructuring state, we would assure the committee that there is no study that documents that residential customers have benefited from being served by retail energy providers as compared to the default service purchased in the wholesale market based on stable and fixed price portfolio of contracts. In every study that reviews actual customer bills for default service compared to retail supplier bills over a reasonable period of time, residential customers have experienced higher bills and loss of essential electric service. And I have attached a collection of these publicly available studies to my testimony. Furthermore, there's ample evidence from enforcement proceedings here in Maine that others and other states that document what we would consider abusive sales practices used by retail providers to obtain new customers. Among the suppliers who have been investigated for violations in states like Pennsylvania, Ohio, Massachusetts, and Connecticut, and who have agreed to fines and changes to their sales and marketing practices are NRG Energy, Spark Energy, parent of Electricity Maine, Palmco Energy, Verde Energy, and Direct Energy. Many of these providers have been subject to numerous enforcement proceedings in multiple states. The harm to lower income customers served by retail providers is particularly shameful due not only to their higher electric bills, but the additional costs that these higher bills impose on ratepayers, who are then subsidizing the low income discount and bill payment arrears programs. So in the face of some of this evidence.
If I could just interrupt for a second, we do have a 3-minute rule on testimony.
Got you. Thank you for that reminder. I'll just say that I would urge committee members to take a look at the testimony provided. There are numerous examples of states where ratepayers are paying far more with the addition of the retail element, and that our focus is, if we're looking to reform the standard offer, there are some existing avenues that we can do that will help save ratepayers money and get us through this rather challenging time in terms of utility rates this season. I'll leave it there for questions. And I would just remind folks that if there are more specific questions to a lot of these things, we will bring in, I'm happy to bring in our expert panelist on utilities issues, Barbara Alexander.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions at this time for JFET? I do not see any, so we'll now go on to testimony neither for nor against. And I believe Bill Harwood is here, so go ahead, Bill.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is William Harwood, and I am the public advocate today testifying neither for nor against LD 318. I won't read my testimony because the bill has evolved since that testimony was drafted. I want to acknowledge Representative Grochowski's efforts to address the concerns. My initial concern with the bill was that it was focusing on reforming the CEP, the competitive electricity provider. And as I said to her, and as you've heard me before, the concern of this office is the standard offer service and the January 1st increase of 80%. We can't let that happen again. She has graciously agreed that the study will look at both standard offer and CEP service. And for that, I appreciate it. I have sent to the committee clerk one addition to section 1 to make it very clear that the study should examine options to Maine's current standard offer system. And I hope that the committee will consider that as a friendly amendment to the latest draft proposal. We continue to be concerned about costs and the standard offer, and believe that we can do better than what we have had in the past. Now, as far as the resources available to conduct this study, as the committee's aware, there is already a proposal from Senator Vitale, LD 1913. We will be struggling to keep up with this workload. We appreciate the reference in the bill to allowing us $200,000 in funds to hire experts. We think that's worthwhile and would be very helpful to us struggling with our workload. But the bottom line is we can go forward with the study. The OPA will do its best if this is what the committee wants, to come up with a study. But I want to make it clear, we do not share all of NRG's views about retail competition. We will be focusing heavily on the current standard offer system and how we can make sure that what happened on January 1st with 80% increases doesn't happen again. Thank you. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harwood. Are there questions from the committee for the public advocate? I don't see any, so I'll declare this public hearing closed at this point. Since there was conflicting testimony about this, I don't think this is a bill we can work right now, and I understand that Lindsay has some additional language she wants to present. So in the interest of time, we'll move ahead with our public hearing. I have to depart for a few minutes, but Senator Vitale will be taking over and ably chairing For the next bills, Senator Vitelli, we're going to Representative Barry's 1026, then Representative Barry's 1511, and then I believe he's presenting all the other three bills that are committee bills. So I'll hand off the virtual baton to you.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. I just hope that you will be back in a timely fashion, because I will also need to be taking a break around 12:15. But we'll get as far as we can in the interim. We'll take up first LD 1026, and I will ask the sponsor, Representative Barry, to present his bill.
Thank you, Senator Vitelli, and fellow members of the committee. It's my pleasure to be here with you today to present the sponsor's amendment to LD 1026, which, as you know, was sent out yesterday around 1 o'clock for our IP list and all members of the public to give people proper notice in order to testify on some important and substantive questions. I apologize also that I was not able to be present earlier today for a couple of other important discussions. Had a export paperwork issue come up at work, but here we are. LD 1026 is entitled An Act to Update the Regulation of Public Utility Monopolies. That is simply the activity of the Public Utilities Commission. Their job is to oversee all of our policies pertaining to our public utilities, which are by definition natural monopolies. So really all of their work pertains to that very important discipline that they seek to impose in order to replace or at least provide some semblance of the discipline that the competitive market would otherwise provide. The bill essentially has three parts, and I'll walk you through each part briefly at this time. I hope you're looking at it. LD 1026 again is it was sent out yesterday around 1:30 to our IP list and to members. It's also, if you know where to find the committee documents, in our OPLA website, posted there. And with that, the first chunk of LD 1026 is really housekeeping. Essentially, it seeks to clean up some definitional concerns that I've had for some time since I first realized that we have several different definitions in law. In particular, competitive electricity provider is the term that we usually use. We just used it a lot in the last bill. Unfortunately, there is also kind of a competing definition, and that is competitive service provider. And then in addition, just to make matters a little less clear, we also have used in parts of statute utility service providers. I think that's just occurs in one place, 35A, section 1315. And the net effect of this, different language to describe the same exact thing is that for many readers of the statute, especially those who are newer to it, it can be confusing. And all that these providers do is to act as competitive electricity providers. They are, generally speaking, just doing that. And my bill, the bill before you today, would clean that up. So we're just using one phrase for that purpose. The next sections of the bill, and they begin on page 1 towards the bottom, section 3, are a more substantive change. And in this piece of the bill, the change to the Public Utilities Commission regulatory parameters would be to allow those captive customers of a given utility the ability to choose a neighboring utility if they felt that it was in their best interest to do that. This is an issue that has come before this committee before, but never in this form. The bill before you would allow consumer ownership to expand a bit, perhaps into a neighboring territory. I think all are familiar with the example of Kennebunk Light and Power, where there was an effort to serve all of Kennebunk, and that it was strongly supported by many, many people in Kennebunk. Unfortunately, I mean, this was several years ago, and the person who really championed that issue, Sharon Stas, may she rest in peace, is no longer with us and able to speak to this. But I'm sure that if Sharon were with us, she would speak passionately. She was the manager of Kennebunk Light and Power during those years when, by overwhelming margins, the people, I'm not sure there was any opposition, the people of Kennebunk who were captive customers of CMP asked, beseeched, begged the legislature, the Public Utilities Commission, to allow them to choose to become part of a utility district, which in voting they had to help elect the board of. And the long story short, statute didn't allow it. It required that the Public Utilities Commission see first that there was a willing buyer and a willing seller. There was no ability to move forward unless CMP wanted to sell those assets in that other part of the town. And the people of Kennebunk Light and Power of the town of Kennebunk were very, very interested and perfectly willing to provide a just compensation, which of course is what is required in any issue of eminent domain to the utility. But the incumbent utility was simply unwilling to sell. So this bill would allow for a municipal power district or cooperative to expand in that way if the people who would be served have chosen to do it, and would provide, as you see in section 5, just compensation as required under the constitutional requirements of eminent domain to the utility whose property would need to be transferred in ownership in order for that to happen. I want to remind the committee that we call them public utilities for a reason. It is a privilege to hold the monopoly franchise. There is no fundamental law of human nature or of ethics that says that we must allow a utility to hold as captive customers the people of a given part of this state. On the contrary, the Constitution allows us to make a change. And we learned that in the public hearing on LD 1708, where in looking back at the study commissioned by the Public Utilities Commission on that question from a previous bill, we learned that it was constitutional, and that provided that just compensation is provided to the utility, the ownership can change. So a favorable vote should really determine that. It should be enough. There should be some reasonable checks and balances regarding process. But other than that, this is really a matter that the people should decide. It's a question of sovereignty and self-determination. And that is the reason for sections 3 through 8 of the bill. The next portion of the bill, sections 9 and forward, are relating to a bill that was voted on earlier today. And I had hoped fervently that we would actually hold a public hearing on these measures. It was never conveyed to me and never conveyed to many members of the committee that there would be a vote without a public hearing. And on the contrary, I engaged in some discussions that led me to believe that it was always the intent of everyone involved to hold a public hearing on changes to the net energy billing tariff prior to a vote. So I want to make very clear that I'm disappointed in the process that we went forward with today. I think it is important that wherever possible that we allow for public hearing on language. That's why I tucked this into the bill before sending it out at 1 o'clock yesterday. And I do want to draw the committee's attention to a number of written submissions pertaining to this section of the bill that are in our committee files. I anticipate that, at this point in our day where we've deviated from the publicly advertised schedule, that there may be some members of the public who would hope to testify and feel that we've already dispensed with the issue. But I do hope that the committee, understanding its responsibility for conducting due diligence and for public input, will take it on itself to look carefully at that testimony that has been filed on this issue, and to make sure that in our vote on this bill, that we try to be responsive to the input of stakeholders. In particular, I am learning that there are some issues that I think this language does not address. And in looking through the comments on this, I think I would want to make a couple of small changes to this before we vote on it. But I do feel strongly that this tariff rate reform, although it's a valuable conversation, is one that we should not make without a public hearing. And, obviously we have that luxury now. We will not soon once the committee's work is done, but that's the reason for the inclusion of sections 9 forward. So that's the bill. I look forward to any public comment that stakeholders may still be able to bring to any of those sections. And it does have those different parts. So I trust that we'll hear comment on different portions, and very much looking forward to that discussion. Happy to take any questions on the bill.
Thank you, Representative Barry. Do members of the committee have questions for him? Seeing none, I guess the next thing, Jason, and again, I don't have access to these lists, but if you can let me know if there are any co-sponsors here to testify.
I don't see any on this one. We would have Stephen Bunker as in favor if you want to move to those who are in favor at this point.
I think that makes sense. If you can bring Stephen over, and can you just tell me who else is there?
We've also got Gordon Weil and Matt Kearns I can bring over if you like.
Okay, why don't we bring 2 over at a time, Stephen and Gordon, and we'll go from there. I see we already have Mr. Bunker here. You need to unmute yourself, sir, and introduce yourself, and then please give us your testimony.
Senator, in committee, with my apologies, my testimony was in reference to 2016, not this particular legislation. It may have been my error in entering on the database. So I'll stand by for later. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that clarification. We'll look for you later on in today. So Jason, who did you say the other person to speak in favor of this bill?
There was Gordon Weil, but I don't have him in attendance right now. There was also Matt Kearns, who is not in attendance. Oh, I'm sorry, I brought him over already. Yep. Matt Kearns is here. Yeah.
All right, so we'll go with Matt since he is here. Mr. Kearns, please state your name and tell us what you have to say.
Thanks, Senator Vitelli, members of the committee. My name is Matt Kearns. I'm the Chief Development Officer for Long Road Energy. We're mostly a grid scale developer, but we're in support of this proposed amendment. Appreciate the effort to kind of balance the ratepayer impacts with the commitment to maintaining investment. that's already been taken on. We would like to make a couple of small language clarifications, and I think we can do that later. But appreciate all the efforts, and we're in support of the amendment that Representative Berry has brought forward in consultation with the GEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kearns. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Grohowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kearns, I apologize. I haven't had time to look at the testimony yet that's coming from this bill, but those clarifications you discussed, are they in written testimony that we'll be able to reference through our portal?
Yes, Representative Grohowski, yes, we included those, and it's pretty limited. It was just with respect to being able to, if developers wanted to, if they actually preferred the fixed price rate, that they would have the ability to one-time opt in, or whether there would just be by not submitting the affidavit, would that be effectively opting in? So just some sort of mechanics on that, maybe similar to what the PUC asked about with respect to action they would have to take on affidavits. That kind of just mechanical stuff, I would say.
Great, thank you so much. I think it's helpful to have additional eyes on language like that to make sure we get the details right.
Further questions for Mr. Kearns? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today, for your patience as we move through our busy agenda today. And Jason, it looks like Gordon Weil is back in the attendees room. If
yes, I'll bring him right over.
Thank you. Well, we can see your big G there, but I'm not able to see you yet, and you are still muted. So if you can turn on your video, we'd be happy to hear from you. There you go. Now you look like you're all set. Good morning.
Hello?
We can hear you. You're all set to go, sir.
Okay, I'm ready to proceed.
Yes, please.
Members of the committee, I'm testifying on the sponsor amendment provisions relating to local electric service options for LD.
Mr. Watt, can you just state your name for us so people know?
LD 26. My name is Gordon Weil. I live in Harpswell.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, I have submitted written testimony, which I hope you will be able to take a look at. My point here is, at its simplest, is this is a relatively modest but potentially effective piece of legislation, because it says if you're going to have the members of a municipality decide to create an electric service for themselves, they ought to have the principal responsibility for the decision. It should not be something where the voters can be overridden, particularly by the Public Utilities Commission. On the other hand, the bill does not require anything to happen. It depends entirely on action of people in a municipality, one or more municipalities. It is an it enables an option, but mandates nothing. The importance of it is twofold. One is it does give a municipal option for a very important public service, such as the legislature has given for many other kinds of activity, where there are municipal options, whether they wish to or not, take advantage of them. Secondly, and importantly, there's a lot of attention at the moment being paid to utility accountability, particularly the two large investor-owned utilities. And there have been at least a couple of major ways proposed to arrive at that accountability, to ensure that two problems which we have, cost and reliability, might be better dealt with than they are today. A potentially effective way to do this is by having the competition that would be provided by the mere possibility of the creation of a municipal utility. Where that existed, the incumbent utility might feel it necessary to improve services to meet what the needs are that lead a municipality to consider creating its own electric service. So as a result, you have a market solution for accountability, one that would take place as soon as this bill was passed, and not rely on lengthy and complicated procedures which might not yield results for years. And the problem is obviously now. Doesn't mean that a single muni would be created necessarily, but the possibility of creating a muni would itself have a potential impact. I would comment in looking at the discussion of this amendment, there's a lot more read into it than is there. There are a lot of things in state law that are not superseded by this. And that this is modest. It accomplishes merely a process for the streamlining, enhancing, if you will, the process for the creation of a municipal utility or rural electrification co-op, but it doesn't.
Well,
it
I'm going to ask
doesn't
if you can
impede.
wrap up soon.
I'll finish the sentence.
Thank
It does not impede the current operation of any utility or any of the powers of the regulator.
Thank you, Mr. Weil. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Grohowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Weil, for being here today. One of the things I've thought about in terms of giving, communities or groups of communities more choice in their energy future is, I think one of the reasons they might be interested in that is service quality. Do you see that as a reason that should be considered when looking to approve such a move from an IOU to a COU?
Yes, but the people who should be doing the look at it, who should be looking, are the people who are getting the service. That's the difference. This isn't a question where three regulators in Augusta decide whether this will improve the service for people. People themselves would decide whether it would improve the service for them or whether they thought it would improve the service for them. And that, I think, is to be preferred. So yes, it should deal with quality of service. It doesn't necessarily, if I could give you one example, I did some work for a municipal utility in Vermont. The utility had the linemen of the previous incumbent utility surrounding it. It was Northfield, Vermont, and the line work was done by Central Vermont Public Service. So the same people could do the line work, but the interface with the customer, the rates, the cost of the utility, the requirements of the level of service they wanted to provide for that cost was all done by elected representatives of the people. It shows that this can work to do what the people wanted to do without grossly upsetting the world as we know it.
Thank you. Are there further questions for Mr. Weil?
If I may, Madam Chair, I have another question. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
I'm sure you've given this sort of transition thought, and I'm curious, how do you see it being financed, and how do you see the compensation for the incumbent to be determined?
Well, the bill addresses the question of compensation. Certainly, it is not meant to impose a cost burden either on the utility. It may obviously not derive a profit from the operation of the muni over time, but it also won't be providing facilities or services to that muni. So it is a concomitant there. You have to pay attention to the fact that the reason why consumer-owned utilities are left to do certain things is because they do it for themselves. The state doesn't do it for them. The regulator doesn't do it for them, but they get done. The same jobs get done, and there is no cost to the customers of the IOU for the services that the co-op or muni customers are getting from their own utility. And there's a tendency to make it sound like you're leaving costs behind. You're not. You're taking the cost with you, and you're taking the responsibility for paying those costs with you. So the utility should not be affected. In terms of how they would be financed, there are a lot of ways, but the simple way is there's no reason, and it occurs in Maine right now, that you could have a municipal utility, which is a department of municipal government. Municipal government has access to raising funds. And so in a way, it's extremely easy. You don't have to look very far. Plus, there are organizations, say for co-ops, there is a national finance organization specifically for co-ops. The purpose of which is to assist in this kind of situation. That would be the lender. Obviously, this is all debt finance, no equity, no investment, no return on investment, but they would be the lender to a new co-op. Munis very likely would do it through the municipality, but if not, there are lenders to munis. This, you could say, well, how does the, Podunk Water District get funded? It's about the same thing. This is just another municipal service that the municipality would choose to provide instead of having somebody else provide it. I would also point out that it's possible if it doesn't work, it can go back. We've had a couple of consumer-owned utilities that became parts of IOUs. So it's really leaving it not to the regulator in Augusta, but to the regulator who pays for it.
Thank you, Mr. Weil. And I will just let the committee know that I'm going to put the committee at ease for about 10 minutes. I unfortunately have another appointment I have to get to. I apologize to the committee and to members who are in the waiting room. Oh, never mind. I think I can do something in addition. I think Senator Lawrence is trying to rejoin with us. We'll give it a minute.
Senator Vitelli, I'm back.
Okay. I thought that's what I was hearing, but I wasn't sure. So.
Thank you, Senator Vitelli. Senator Vitelli, can you hear me fine?
I can, and it's all yours.
Thank you.
We were in the process of listening to other proponents of this legislation.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Senator Vitelli. I had to take my daughter to work. So I appreciate her pinching in and allowing me to do that. And we are back, and I believe we're on the second person testifying in favor of this bill, Gordon Weil. And I'd ask the committee if there are any other questions for Mr. Weil. two more. Representative Barry. You need to unmute yourself.
I was
Representative.
muted. I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Dr. Weil. It's good to see you. I am very appreciative of your lending your extensive expertise as always to this committee. I wanted to just ask you about the question of power supply and whether that might also be implicated here.
Well, yes, it's quite different. As a matter of fact, the rules that apply for the power, as everybody on this committee knows, the two major elements of the utility bill are the wires and the power supply. And for the investor-owned utilities, the power supply is obtained independently, very heavily by the standard offer, which changes with the market. And then there's the wire side. The consumer-owned utilities do not have to go through the PUC for power supply. They can make their own arrangements, and they generally make longer-term, more stable arrangements for power supply. But they are able to do that, which the IOUs are not able to do it. I won't go into it. When restructuring took place, there was an arrangement made where each side got rights the other side didn't get. And that was a right that went to POUs. The net result is that you've seen a very significant increase in electric rates this year for the IOUs, where they are tracking the fuel cost for generation heavily in New England, which is mostly natural gas. And that hasn't happened to the same extent or at all in some cases for the consumer-owned utilities, which entered into longer-term arrangements when prices were desirable to do that, and are riding this out without rate increases. So the nature of Maine law, which distinguishes how a utility obtains or conveys power supply, depending upon the type of utility it is significant and can produce and generally has produced a lower cost for consumer-owned utilities than the incumbent investor-owned utilities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up question, Representative Barry?
I'll hold tight for now. Thank you.
Representative Kessler, you had a question for Mr. Weil.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Weil. Afternoon, actually. Good afternoon. I was wondering how do small utilities go about contracting for the actual operating services, like actually getting up to speed doing that?
Well, some of them do themselves. They don't contract, they hire people and carry out the operating services on their own. But they may contract, and that's done usually by going out to one of two ways that I know of frequently, going out to bid. And there are now companies, in fact, I read about one in the Bangor Daily News 2 days ago, a new company in Maine that provides line services, an independent company, not associated with an existing utility. So you could hire their people to do the work, or you could hire people from the incumbent utilities. I mentioned the case of Northfield, Vermont. That's what we did. They had the lowest rates in the state of Vermont for power supply, and simply contracted for the services from the neighboring IOU. So that's that's a way to do it. Plus, you can receive a lot of assistance from the Northeast Public Power Association, practical assistance. This is not a discussion group. This is a group that runs courses, does safety inspections, does hands-on with utility operating personnel in small utilities all over the Northeast, all over New England. So that's available. If you think about it, consumer-owned utilities are likely to be smaller than investor-owned utilities. So to realize economies of scale, they get together. They join together and create organizations that can provide services across a number of small utilities. And as a result, that happens with engineering services. There are engineering firms that specialize in doing this kind of work for COUs. So there is a range of services that are available to consumer-owned utilities in recognition of the fact they need to be buying from a pooled resource. I don't know what happens now, but years ago, I remember that Eastern Maine Co-op's billing is actually done out of a central system in Missouri, but all of which works for co-ops all over the place. So they don't have to run a billing operation themselves in Cali. That's what I'm talking about. That kind of thing is available. And so there's a wide range of choice. And we see that in Maine. And we do have functioning consumer-owned utilities in Maine. This is not something that doesn't happen. And this is how they do it.
Other questions for Mr. Weil? Sorry, Representative Berry.
Thank you, Dr. Weil. The question of compensation, I just wonder if you could briefly put a fine point on whether in any way, shape, or form the language before us might run up against the takings clause of the U.S. Constitution.
No, I think they have to be compensated. I mean, I would not advocate that somehow a municipality could just take over the facilities of the incumbent utility without compensation. I haven't seen that kind of thing happening anywhere. There would have to be compensation, and there would have to be a judgment made about what's fair compensation, and that judgment in the bill is not made by the people who are paying it. That judgment is made by the PUC and potentially, ultimately, by the courts. And that's pretty much normal. That's what we've seen, where the compensation that must be paid, that A, compensation must be paid, and B, that it is not made by the people who are paying it, but by a third party that can presumably make a fair judgment about what ought to be paid. It's not a simple question, as everybody knows. It's heavily debated when the situation arises, but it's always resolved. There's always an answer at the end of the process.
Follow-up question, Representative Berry?
Thank you. Yes, just very briefly, do our courts in Maine, Dr. Weil, have experience with establishing the value of utility assets?
Well, I think they have. I think there was a very well-known case where Central Maine Power tried to take over Maine Public Service when it existed as an independent utility. And so, and that was ultimately decided at the law court. So there obviously was experience there. And there were in the regulatory process questions about what the economics of a merged utility would look like. And there was a lot of attention at that time paid to the question of the economics of one utility taking over another. So, and it's not new. I mean, there's an awful lot of literature about this. This isn't the court that did it, to be specific to your question, but clearly this is a known issue. And I was involved in a case actually on behalf of the state, where I was the state's expert with regard to the Long Falls Dam, which was built by Central Maine Power and created Flagstaff Lake. And the question was, what was its value And there's a methodology for that. And that was ultimately, I gave my opinion to the state, CMP challenged it, and I'm pleased to say the law court agreed with me. And so the state was paid accordingly. So there's knowledge and experience on these kinds of matters.
Thank you very much. That's it for me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, other questions for Mr. Weil? Seeing none, thank you very much. This completes our testimony, I believe, of people in favor of the bill. We'll be going shortly to people against. I'll ask Jason that you bring over Steve Hudson and Jeff Sparrow. And while you're doing that, I just wanted to speak briefly to comments that were made earlier, kind of out of order on this bill. And I was very disappointed those comments were raised about the process. They really try to raise red herrings. They were false and they were unfounded, and they're confusing to the public about this process. Nothing that has happened in this process today is any different than has happened on any other committee during the legislative session. They were well communicated to all members of the committee. I communicated it publicly yesterday morning when Senator Stewart wanted to bring forward his amendment. I communicated in caucus to our caucus members, and it was communicated again this morning. So nothing was a surprise to anyone. What we're seeing now is someone trying to take the amendment Senator Stewart offered and merge it with a whole bunch of different ideas. Their motive may be to try to get support for those other ideas by putting Senator Stewart's amendment in that, and every member of the committee is welcome to do that. But if
Mr.
anybody,
Chair, I believe it's out of order.
I'm speaking right now.
Point of order.
Barry,
A point of order.
Jason,
Mr. Chair.
could you turn off your point of order, Representative Barry?
And point of order is, I believe it's out of order to question the motives of a fellow legislator.
Okay, I'll withdraw that. If anybody has a concern about how this is being done, I'm more than willing to sit down with them at any time with the presiding officers to discuss it at any time. So there's nothing in here that allowed, and I want to speak to Mr. Buxton's comments earlier in this process about not being able to publicly testify during a work session. And we've repeated it many times in this process, that people can submit written testimony for a work session, which can be done. I know people know this who are experienced testifiers in the legislature, know this process and know how to do that as a work session. So I hope we're not going to spend time talking about how people have been denied access to the process, because they haven't been. But if any committee member feels that way, I'm more than willing to sit down with the presiding officers and discuss that. So we'll go on to discuss the people against, and I'll recognize Mr. Hudson.
Mr. Hudson sent over an email saying he would be speaking neither for nor against at this point, and I brought over Jeffrey Sparrow as against. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Sparrow, why don't you proceed?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the EUT committee. My name is Jeff Sparrow. I was born in Maine, and I live in Maine with my wife and 2 daughters. I've been working in Maine's solar industry for 16 years, and I'm currently the Vice President of Development for Green Lantern Solar. I am testifying against this bill, specifically to the section pertaining to the net energy billing tariff rate change. Here we are again. Just 1 year ago, this committee made its best efforts to curtail investment in Maine's net energy billing program. As a result, projects were killed, investors have lost interest in our state, and developers have had to pivot our business models on short notice with projects that take many years to develop. Attrition is much more than we thought it would be a year ago and is well over 50%. In many cases, it is taking 3+ years to even get a project through interconnection. This bill is a solution to a problem, this bill is in search of a problem that does not exist. It is not necessary. The program is working. The rate design of this program was well thought out when it was put in place. The only reason we are here today is because the supply portion of our electricity costs have gone way up due to the world market natural gas constraints. Proponents of this bill are claiming that 100% of the solar tariff payments are costs. This is not accurate. No one is accounting for the fact that a kilowatt hour produced by solar offsets the need to purchase a kilowatt hour from regional suppliers. Deployment of solar is one of the few ways that Maine can produce domestic energy and reduce our dependence on natural gas derived electricity. Tariff rates will go down if and when the supply portion of electricity costs go down. If we were all back in 2020, this bill would look great. However, in the past 2 years, we have experienced rapid inflation and our economy and construction costs have increased by 24%, putting many projects under development in the red. If the rate design is to be changed, it should be tied to actual costs of electricity and construction in the year that a project goes into service. The Consumer Price Index is one example of that. A fixed escalator after that date is reasonable. The September safe harbor date change is helpful and will save some late stage projects from being turned on their head, as would have happened with an April 1st cutoff. So thank you for making that change in the bill. However, this does nothing to prevent future projects from collapsing. The attrition of projects is more severe than we had predicted just a year ago. Utility interconnection timelines, cluster studies, and costs are an absolute disaster and would be great issues for this committee to focus on. This bill is a knee-jerk reaction to what is happening in a volatile world economy. Please do not create yet another headwind to solar project development in Maine. Let's save rate redesign for NEB 2.0. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Sparrow? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sparrow, I just want to say I appreciate your testimony. And can you say a little more about the investments that you make of your time and money that you're concerned about that would be potentially lost if we were to go forward with this language?
Yeah, sure. Developing a project, getting it to kind of NTP, we talk about ready to build, costs, literally hundreds of thousands of dollars through local, state, and federal permitting, interconnection costs, et cetera. Assumptions have been made on these projects early in their process about what rates are and construction costs are. That obviously changes over time. Those decisions were made on the data we had used available at that time, and we are basically talking about changing the calculus for that data. So, what was a smart decision a while ago with a rule change in front of us was actually a poor decision. We are trying to look forward 2, 3, 4 years. So having these changes done midstream really just is a challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Sparrow.
Any other questions for Mr. Sparrow?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe that completes the people testifying against. Mr. Hudson indicated he would testify neither for nor against. So I will go to him now if he's still there. And next will be Jessica Robertson. Do we have Mr. Hudson there? Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the EUT committee. I and Stephen Hudson, attorney with Pretty Flaherty. I'm here today on behalf of the Eastern Maine Electric Cooperative, or EMEC, testifying neither for nor against LD 1026. So specifically, EMEC is just going to speak about the sections of the bill that relate to municipal utilities and COUs expansion, which are pretty much, I think, sections 3 through, I'm sure I got it right, 8 of the bill. And specifically, our comments are limited to thanking the sponsor when we have seen prior attempts to address this issue that the sponsor mentioned. It has included the possibility that a COU like EMAC might get poached because we have a unique situation of a very large service territory. Excuse me, very large service territory with a few large population centers, but a lot of miles of rural lines that we maintain. So to us, we had some concern about the prior versions. This version of this proposal appears to take our concerns into account. We thank the sponsor for that. We would note in section 8 that this section refers to, the language refers to section 3772, and it proposes to be section 3773 of chapter 35A. Those sections occur under a subchapter related to an entity called a consumer-owned generation and transmission utility. EMAC is not a generation and transmission utility. It is a transmission utility. We're not aware that there is one. It was good that Maine law provided the possibility, but we're not aware that there is one character like this. We suggest that in fact, that the reference to 3772 be deleted. Section 2102 is sufficient, and that we suggest that this entire language be transferred into the prior subchapter under COU cooperative powers, and would become, I think it's section, I'm going to get the number right, 3756. And so that's our suggestion. I think a very minor technical amendment. And again, we're happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hudson. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on to Jessica Robertson from Borrego Solar, and the next will be Candy Terry from NRG Energy, Inc. Are you there, Jessica?
The next person that is on the list that is in attendance would appear to be William Harwood.
Okay, let's go to the public advocate. Is Steve Weems here?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you bring Steve over? And is Caitlin still here?
Yes.
Okay, after Steve will be Caitlin and then Dan Burgess after that. If anybody prior on the list shows up, just let me know and we can bring them over to testify.
Okay.
So we'll go to the public advocate, William Harwood.
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. I am the public advocate testifying neither for nor against. This bill has a lot of pieces in it, so I wasn't quite sure where I landed. Sections 1 and 2, I want to thank Representative Berry. It's always nice to clean up the statutes where we can, and I think that's a helpful suggestion. And as I indicated to the committee earlier this morning, the Office of Public Advocate supports sections 9 and 10. The reason I'm not supporting the bill is sections 3 through 8. And this is a significant policy question that I worry about and urge the committee to go very carefully with this. I'm not sure at this late stage of the session, it's a good idea to be getting into this. And the problems with it are multiple. First, the question of breaking up a utility will inevitably leave stranded costs that were designed for the large utility. When a utility engages in planning and investment, it is constantly looking at all of its customers, all of its load, and trying to optimize or right size the staffing and the facilities. If you remove a piece of that utility, it is no longer right sized and will have surplus assets and surplus staffing that will need to be adjusted. That's a real cost that we can't ignore. Now, the proponents of the bill have pointed out that the investors will be compensated for the private property that is taken from them, and that's all well and good. I'll get to that in a minute. But what I'm talking about as the ratepayer advocate is the other ratepayers of the utility that are left behind. and whether or not they should be expected to pick up the stranded costs that are created by breaking up the utility. In my view, it would be best if the municipality that went forward with this was also obligated to reimburse the utility for any of the stranded costs that were incurred as a result of the breakup. The ratepayers of that utility shouldn't be the ones who are on the hook for these costs that are created simply by taking one utility and breaking it up into two separate utilities. The other piece is the just compensation. This is an area of constitutional dimensions, as been referenced earlier, and the question that I have not had a chance to research as to whether or not it is okay to delegate a question as important as the taking of private property to an administrative agency like the PUC is not clear. I have, during my career in private practice, one of the few lawyers that has actually litigated eminent domain cases where a public consumer-owned utility has condemned and acquired the assets of an investor-owned utility. The last one I did was in front of a jury in Ellsworth. There may well be an argument that the investors of an investor-owned utility that are being deprived of their property and are entitled to just compensation may have the right to bring that in front of a main jury in Superior Court. So there's a lot going on here. This is very tricky stuff. It's not easy. It has constitutional dimensions. And most importantly, for those ratepayers who are not going to the new utility, but are left behind at the old utility, that's my principal concern. We have to be very careful that those people aren't being financially harmed as a result of this. So I will stop there and happy to try and answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Harwood? I don't see any. Thank you very much. I think next is Stephen Weems and then Caitlin Kelly O'Neill.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. And Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and other members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Steve Weems. I'm the Executive Director of the Solar Energy Association, Maine. I apologize for not yet submitting written testimony. I will do so. The association is neither for nor against the whole bill because it has these multiple parts. We are opposed to sections 8 and 9. And just note that the horse has already apparently left the barn on that. And others have already covered the key points on those sections of the bill, either testifying right here or earlier. So I'll just leave that behind. The association supports section 3 through 8 as very desirable to support the successful operation of local municipal power districts or cooperatives, which have been a highly successful model in Maine and elsewhere and have been thwarted from rationalizing their service districts right here in Maine. So for this reason, we support those sections of the bill. And in the interest of time, I'll conclude my comments there and thank you for your service and consideration of that aspect of the bill.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Weems from the committee? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weems, I appreciate the term rationalizing districts. I think that's a great way to think about this. Are there specific areas where you or other members of the association might be aware of a need for a more rational or self-determined approach?
Well, thank you for the question. I'm going to use that as an opportunity to speak from another chair. But I do have a good example that I'll just mention briefly here that might put some might be an interesting example. I was a trustee of the Mid-Coast Regional Redevelopment Authority, which is developing the former Naval Air Station, over 2,000 acres of property. And I'm on the Brunswick Recycling and Sustainability Committee, which has a goal of beneficial electrification, among other parts of its mission. The Mid-Coast Regional Redevelopment Authority essentially is already a consumer-owned utility on its property. It's a municipality by definition, even though it doesn't have all the powers of most municipalities. But it is a municipal corporation. It has land, and it already has quite a commitment to clean energy. It has a anaerobic digester on it and a 1.5 megawatt solar array for its own tenants. The town has its own objectives. It's not a huge leap of faith to say that that asset at the former Naval Air Station could be expanded into a townwide municipal utility district to satisfy, particularly with the land available, so that the town could satisfy its clean energy objectives. And it would be, under current law, almost impossible to do that. And under the provisions in this bill, that would open up an avenue for that kind of beneficial development.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Weems.
Thank you.
And we have Caitlin Kelly O'Neill and then Dan Burgess. Caitlin, did you have testimony you wanted to offer on this bill?
Yes, thank you, Senator Lawrence. So good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. I'm Caitlin Kelly O'Neill, Northeast Regional Director for the Coalition for Community Solar Access. CCSA is testifying as neither for nor against this bill. For sections 1 through 8, we are not taking any position, and my comments are primarily in relation to sections 9 and 10. I offered comments on this to the committee earlier today, so I won't repeat that, but other than to say we are supportive of this and appreciate the work done by Director Burgess and the GEO on this. I did just want to comment on some of the discussion that was had earlier today regarding the Public Utilities Commission's discretionary review of the statements and affidavits submitted by projects that are stating that they meet the construction deadline by September 1st in the bill. We would urge the committee to retain the original language that a notarized affidavit as submitted by a project sponsor is sufficient to meet the criteria as established. There's just concern that if there is discretionary review that inserts a level of uncertainty here that frankly the project owners and project developers would like to avoid. They know, they're familiar with this IRS definition. They know whether they meet the criteria. A notarized affidavit is a very high bar to pass. They're swearing that what they are submitting is true. And so we would just urge the committee to retain that original language, or if there is a necessary strengthening of language, that it be around the notarized sworn statement rather than any sort of discretionary review. So thank you for your consideration of these comments. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Kelly O'Neill? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kelly O'Neill, thank you for your testimony. And I wonder if you could comment on the problem of cluster studies. I know that they can take, 5 to 7 years. Many projects that are, currently awaiting cluster studies, have made significant investments of time and resources. Do you view this bill as sufficiently considerate of that concern? Is there a need for some kind of a safety valve?
Thank you, Representative. So, as I mentioned this morning in my statement made, we are very appreciative of the language in the bill that changes the requirement for that 2024 deadline to be mechanical completion rather than commercial operation. We would appreciate some additional consideration given to projects that may be waiting for many years beyond 2024 for the utility related construction to be completed. And if there is already some language within LD 936 regarding good cause and the safe harbor criteria, some clarity that allows those projects to know that if, you know, when they're coming out of cluster studies, there are basically two main considerations that could impact whether or not they're able to proceed. The first is cost, and the second is schedule. Obviously, if the cost that project is going, if that project is being assessed is too high, they're not going to be able to move forward. That's one of the biggest contributors to the high levels of attrition that Jeremy Payne referenced earlier today. However, if they are able to accommodate the cost, but they're still waiting on a fairly long construction timeline, then giving them some leeway regarding that 2024 deadline, you know, they would otherwise be able to move forward, but this enables them to not have to construct the project now and then have essentially the project sitting idle, you know, in a field possibly for a number of years while the utility related construction still needs to be completed. So, you know, as I mentioned earlier today, that we would appreciate some further consideration granted in relation to that.
Great, thank you.
Any
And,
follow-up questions, Representative Barry?
yeah, two quick follow-ups. I apologize, I had something come up at work and wasn't here for the vote, so maybe this was taken care of earlier today in a previous bill, but the question of inflation, you know, a project that you know, in particular a project that you know is kind of started today or based on 2020 rates, if it's you know, not operational until 2024, have we appropriately addressed the matter of inflation here in this bill, or do we need to change it in this? I'll stick to this bill.
Sure. So the current language has an escalator rate of 2.25%. We're satisfied with that escalator rate.
Great.
And the second question, Representative Barry.
Thank you. And the start date for the escalator rate is okay as well?
Yes.
Thank you. One last question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Barry.
Is around the 2 megawatt versus under 2 megawatt definition. It's my understanding from another solar company who unfortunately had to go that there's one section of statute where although it's fixed in other places, there may be a section where there still needs to be some clarity around 2 or less versus under 2. So would it be important for us to be consistent in that regard?
So as the language that's currently before the committee for consideration is consistent with previous language as established through LD 936 passed last year. You know, we understand that there may be further discussions that happen through the 2.0 stakeholder group, and we're very happy to engage in those discussions, you know, with that group. But for now, the current language is consistent with what has been established.
Any follow-up questions, Representative Barry?
Yes, I apologize. Just to clarify, so it's your understanding that it's consistent across the statute of the state that it's 2 or under?
Yes, that is my understanding, because that
okay.
According to the language that was passed last year, you know, that is in relation to 2 to 5 megawatt projects. Under 2 can continue to move forward, and nothing in this language makes adjustments to that.
And I think it's the 2 or under versus under 2 that matters. I'll just thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Just ask our committee analysts to help us to make sure we're consistent across.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Kelly O'Neill? Seeing none, thank you very much. And then we'll go to Dan Burgess from the Governor's Energy Office.
I believe they decided to provide written testimony and not speak.
Okay, thank
today,
you.
so, yeah.
And just to check before we conclude the hearing, Jessica Robertson, Candy Terry, Patrick Jackson, and Lars Gunderson are not here to testify. Is that correct? In person, but they may have submitted written testimony.
That's what I see as well. Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. So I believe we've concluded all the people testifying on this legislation, so I'll declare the public hearing on this bill closed. Our next public hearing is also a bill by Representative Berry. I believe it's a concept draft. It's called LD 1511 to finance distribution investments of the lowest cost to customers and to encourage utility performance. I'll recognize the sponsor of the bill, Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Senator Lawrence, members of the committee. It is good to be with you still to present this bill, LD 1511, and the sponsor amendment. This is a language actually that many of you and many stakeholders have seen. It's been kicking around for some time, and I felt that it was important that we bring it out into the open for discussion. The purpose of this bill would be, as the title suggests, to create greater access to lower cost capital. And specifically, that's low cost capital in terms of how we finance our transmission and distribution infrastructure. As we beneficially electrify and increase perhaps 3, 4, 5x the amount of electricity that is flowing through our grid, we will need to make very substantial investments in the grid. For most Mainers, that capital will come at a cost, as the committee knows, in the order of 9%, based on a 50-50 split of equity and debt. And it is also possible, as we know from our consumer-owned utilities, to finance infrastructure at a much lower cost of capital, currently in the order of 2 to 3%, so less than half the cost. And I think that the other thing that savings could allow is greater compensation of the utilities for their operations of the grid. One of the purposes here is also to have some money left over to properly compensate performance, and specifically performance in operations and maintenance, which, as we know, is currently a pass-through. So we're rewarding CapEx, and we're not rewarding operations and maintenance. That has to do with Supreme Court precedents that none of us can change, but we can change the way that we finance things in this way. The bill would do as follows. It would create a definition for a tax-exempt third-party entity and allow that tax-exempt third-party entity, as you see in section 3 of the bill, to apply to the commission for the commission's permission to finance and own a distribution project that had gone through the non-wires alternatives process. The NWA process currently is really about alternatives to transmission, as the name suggests, non-wires. In this case, the process would be used to allow for a discrete project to be financed using this tax-exempt lower cost capital. So the tax-exempt third-party entity would ask the commission for permission. If the commission decided to allow this approach, then the non-wires alternatives process would unfold as it always does. And perhaps the outcome would be that the NWA was approved and that would go forward as it normally does. If, however, the NWA alternative is not approved, and it is a wires alternatives that the commission decides is in the best interest of the public, then the tax exempt third party entity, the low cost capital option, would come into play. The proposal from the tax exempt third party entity would be submitted to the commission. That entity would be proposing to finance and own the wires project, the distribution project. And the commission would then decide, is this in the interest of ratepayers? Does this save money for ratepayers or not? So they would exercise full control. They would first decide whether it was even in the public interest to allow a proposal to come forward. And then they would decide whether the proposal was in the interest of ratepayers. Operations in section 3, part 2, operations would be by the utility itself. They would continue to be involved in the planning, the development, the operations, the maintenance of the project. Only the check would be written by a different entity, and the ownership deed would be held by a different entity. The commission would ensure that the utility is properly compensated for that work. This is very important. So again, you're financing this at half the cost, perhaps less than half the cost, if the commission decides to go forward with it. And some of that money that's left over would be used under part 3 of section 3, would be used for the proper, even enhanced compensation to the utility for their performance in planning, in development, in operations, in maintenance, the service to ratepayers. So we would be shifting, if you will, from simply rewarding CapEx to rewarding performance. And the rate design would also need to provide for payment in lieu of taxes to municipality, county, or other political subdivision. If the committee sees fit, we can just call that a straight up property tax. I'm not too particular on that point. The commission can adopt rules, and the utility would also need to comply with this approach if the commission decided it was in the public interest. So that's sections 1 through 3. In addition, I have included in the bill some language that pertains to competitive bidding by investor-owned utilities. Currently, although they are public utilities, I emphasize public, we do not treat utilities as being required to engage in competitive bidding to save their customers money. We do that for other public entities. Schools are required to use competitive bidding. State government is required to use competitive bidding. County government is required to use for competitive bidding. Quasi-governmental entities are required to use competitive bidding, the Maine Turnpike Authority, and others, universities. So public entities, as a general rule in Maine law, need to use competitive bidding. That's, I think we can all agree that that's appropriate and logical. Sole source bidding can be rife with opportunities for corruption. It can be rife with opportunities to inflate expenses, which unfortunately because of the way that utilities are compensated under the Hope and Bluefield standard can be very problematic. And competitive bidding is good for the goose. So I believe it's also good for the gander, and that our public utilities should be required to engage in it as well. And that is the kind of second half of the bill there in sections 4, 5, and 6. Finally, there is also a review by the commission of laws and rules just to make sure that the the measures that are undertaken here are substantially similar to the requirements for a governing body of entities under Title V that are subject to competitive bidding now. That's it for my presentation of the bill. I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee for Representative Berry? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative. And then I believe we only have one person to testify on this bill. And if I am correct, it is Stephen Weems. Yes, Stephen Weems from the Solar Energy Association. So if you could bring him across, Jason, I'd appreciate it.
Senator Lawrence, Deidre let me know that the PUC is here as well. If you want to.
Thank you. Did they want to testify?
They do.
Okay, so we'll hear first from Stephen Weems, and then do you know if they're going to be testifying either for or against, or?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll find out. If you bring Mr. Weems over, he's in favor. We'll deal with him first.
I'm here, Senator Lawrence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead and identify yourself and present your testimony.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, other members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities and Technology. My name is Steve Weems, Executive Director of the Solar Energy Association of Maine. Again, I apologize for not having submitted written testimony and will do so. Association supports LD 1511 as an important reform to encourage the enthusiastic implementation of non-wire alternative projects. The legislature long ago determined that it is unrealistic to expect the investor-owned utilities to perform this function, which is why it embedded the non-wires alternative analysis in the OPA. And this is just a logical follow-on, as we see it, to implement viable non-wires alternative projects. So we'll leave it at that, and hope that you'll consider this bill favorably.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Weems? Seeing none, Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Weems. Without prolonging this too much, does the association consider the current structure as required under Hope and Bluefield to be problematic in the sense that we reward capital expenditures rather than performance and good planning and execution?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Weems? Seeing none, thank you very much. And the Public Utilities Commission had indicated they wanted to testify neither for nor against. So why don't you beam them across, Jason?
Okay, and the OPA just got a hold of me as well, and they'd like to testify if that's possible.
That's fine. Why don't you bring them both over? Deirdre, is it you who are going to be presenting the testimony?
Yes, Senator Lawrence.
Okay. Go ahead, introduce yourself and present your testimony.
Sure, and I'll be pretty brief. So Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm Deirdre Schneider, the Legislative Liaison at the Public Utilities Commission, here to testify neither for nor against the sponsor's amendment to LD 1511. We haven't had the opportunity at this time to really discuss or analyze this proposal. We think that it may be worth further exploration with the Office of the Public Advocate and the non-wires alternative team to determine if this is workable. And we will take a more thorough look at this and be ready to discuss this further at work session and offer any comments or concerns we may have. We appreciate the time. Thank you.
Senator Lawrence, you're muted.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Deirdre. And we'll go to Bill Harwood.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. I am the public advocate testifying neither for nor against LD 1511. Unfortunately, we've had very little time to study this proposal, but it does appear to raise two very significant and substantial issues of utility finance and utility regulation. First, the tax exempt feature. I applaud Representative Berry's attempts to get at tax exempt financing. Utilities have been working at that for decades. It's a very tricky area. It is not one that I or anyone in my office is certainly qualified to opine on. But the idea that these assets are going to be under the control of an investor-owned utility, but are going to be financed with a tax-exempt financing vehicle is something that will be pushing the envelope. And I would urge the committee, if they really are going to get into this bill this session, to find qualified bond counsel who could give much better advice than I can on the question of whether this will really work. The second feature is the competitive bidding. In 100 years of utility regulation, we have not required utilities, whether they be IOUs or COUs or water districts or whatever, to engage in competitive bidding. We hope that competitive bidding is used routinely by utilities where appropriate, but it is a very different policy to mandate it. It requires some additional thought and consideration. There are times when the utilities simply don't have the luxury, the time, and the difficulty and cumbersomeness of going through what we would expect of a state agency to engage in competitive bidding. You can easily imagine the storm barreling down, the hurricane barreling down on the service territory, and the question of whether or not there's going to have to be competitive bidding to line up some additional contractors to assist in restoring power. It just may not be a practical solution. So what I'm not saying no, never to any of these ideas. They're interesting. They probably deserve more consideration. But at this point, I can't support them because I think they really require some very careful, thoughtful additional analysis that I'm not sure we have time for at this stage of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harwood. Any questions for the public advocate? Seeing none, thank you. I think this concludes
Senator
our-
Senator Lawrence,
Yes.
we have one other person that would like to testify, James Cody, if you're interested in hearing from
Okay.
them.
Why don't you bring Mr. Cody over? Let me know, James, when you're here.
He should be here in a second.
Okay,
I'm here. Apologies, Senator Lawrence.
great. Thank you, James. Why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us where you're from and go ahead with your testimony.
Sure.
And let
and I
us
will-
know if you're going to be testifying in favor, against, or neither for nor against.
Sure. I appreciate that, and I will keep this very brief. Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the committee. My name is James Cody. I'm employed by Bernstein Shore, live in Farmington, Maine, and I'm here today in opposition to LD 1511 on behalf of Versant Power. At a very minimum, we would just like to echo the comments that you just heard from the Office of the Public Advocate. We think those are significant considerations that the committee should take into account. But we also just wanted to flag a very fundamental question in regards to this proposal, which is the issue of safety and liability. Again, recognizing the comments that were made by Mr. Harwood, this is not a never can happen type of testimony, but we are very concerned that introducing the potential of a third party into the distribution system who would own and maintain this infrastructure could pose significant safety and liability issues. And we believe that before the committee were to move forward with this bill, those issues, which we believe are paramount, should be fully considered and understood before a decision is made. That said, I can conclude my testimony maybe by lastly just saying that Section 6 we sort of perceive as undermining the role and the discretion that the PUC has to regulate the prudently or imprudently incurred costs by any utility. Senator Lawrence and other attorneys may know this better than I do, but there is some question about how the Administrative Procedures Act could apply to a private entity. And that being said, I'll conclude. Thank you for your consideration. I know you have a long day, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Cody? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Jason,
Senator.
are we at the end of people who want to testify on this bill?
Yes, no one else has notified me.
Okay, thank you. So I'll conclude the public testimony on this bill. We're going to be breaking for lunch for an hour. We will be back at 2:10, and we'll be hearing the next three bills, 215, 216, and 217. So if you could all turn off your video, turn off your microphone, and we'll see you in an hour. Thank you. Okay, looks like we may have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 back. I'm just going to give it another second to see who we get back. It's like we probably have 7 back, so I think I'm comfortable getting started again. And we're back with the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. We're completing our hearings for today. And we have 3 bills coming out of that our committee bills were reported out. And they are LD 215, 216, and 217. We're going to hear them in that order, and Representative Berry has agreed to present them all on behalf of the committee. So I will recognize Representative Berry for the purposes of presenting LD 2015, an act to update the comprehensive state energy plan to achieve the state energy vision. Representative Berry.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, and fellow members of the committee. As you all know, the state should have an energy plan and a state energy vision that is clearly articulated. And we have struggled over the recent history, at least, to articulate such a plan. I believe, and I think the committee believes, that part of the reason for that is a lack of clarity in our statute about what is envisioned, what is required. It's become a bit of a patchwork. So the bill before us, the committee bill before us, would give us the opportunity to wipe the slate clean and articulate some fundamental principles that would be involved in such a plan and a vision, and some basic processes to make sure that we get there and adjust the plan and the vision as necessary going forward. As you all know, the plan is under the stewardship of the Governor's Energy Office and needs to survive the change of political winds and various administrations and various legislatures. So it's important that this be a universal set of principles that we can all agree on to the greatest extent possible. The bill, as written, and the committee bill, would wipe the slate clean in repealing current MRSA 9 sub 3 paragraph 3 and enact instead the language that you see before you in the bill, to establish a comprehensive plan that includes measurable goals, report on the state's progress towards meeting those goals. The language around consultation with the Efficiency Main Trust Board, just underneath that, is consistent with the current statute, giving them some input. The plan would need to identify specific goals and strategies, 2-year, 10-year, and 30-year goals, and recommended strategies to achieve them, benchmarks to measure progress towards those goals, and the description of alternative pathways that were considered in developing the goals and strategies should also be articulated, including economic modeling. And I think we've all been very concerned about costs as we make this transition. So economic modeling is included in this committee bill for that reason. Starting in 2026, the updated state energy plans would include a discussion of the state's progress towards achieving the goals. Changes in benchmarks or methods of measuring success would need to be identified and designed to provide consistency in understanding where we are, where we've been, and where we're going. And the state energy vision, and here I am on section 2 of the bill, would include the following principles: that total energy costs for the average household in the state should not be higher than for the average household in the US, and average energy costs should decline over time in real dollars. Energy spending in the state is directed wherever feasible to economic activity that creates jobs in the state and adds to our state GDP. Greenhouse gas emissions should be reduced over time. State energy policies should improve the state's air, soil, and water quality and limit undue environmental or economic harm to other states or regions. On average, energy costs in the state as a portion of household income should be as equitable as possible. Reliability is important. Average interruptions of energy supply and delivery are not inconsistent with US averages. Supply and delivery systems should be available to all residents of the state to meet their basic needs. And that consideration should include likely and foreseeable weather events. And finally, security. All supply and delivery disruptions that could be reasonably anticipated from malicious attacks should be anticipated, prevented, minimized. A lot of that work happens already, but I think we all can all agree that security is important. So in sum, we would have here affordability being put first, job creation being second, reducing greenhouse gases third, fourth, reducing environmental harm of other kinds, fifth, keeping the energy cost burden down, sixth, considering reliability, seventh, considering resiliency, and eighth, and finally, security of the grid. So those are the fundamental principles by which the vision would be shaped and stewarded over time if we were to enact this committee bill. And I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Are there other questions from the committee for Representative Berry? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, let me bring up my testimony list. Okay, the first people testifying in favor will be Stephen Weems. Then we will have James Cody and Dan Burgess testifying neither for nor against. So if you could bring over Steve Weems, please.
Yeah, Mr. Weems said he wouldn't be able to testify on this one, but I can bring over James Cody and
Okay, thank you.
Dan Burgess.
Hi again, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you, I'll go ahead and recognize you and you can introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. Again, my name is James Cody. I'm employed by Bernstein Shore, and I'm here today on behalf of Versant Power, neither for nor against LD 2015. We have submitted written testimony on this, so I won't belabor those points, but instead I'll just focus briefly on 2 points that we've made in our testimony. The first is, well, and I will say this unequivocally, I think you've heard us say this a number of times over the last couple of years, that Versant believes very firmly in the power of planning. We think it's important to engage stakeholders on a variety of different issues, and that there is clear, predictable guidance on not only what the state wants transmission and distribution utilities to achieve, but also other players in the energy sector, and for everybody to be coordinated. That provides the best possible outcome for consumers and for Maine people generally. The 2 points that I would make today are, the first being, there are a number, as you all know, there are a number of directives and studies and plans already being contemplated from legislation that has been passed previously, from legislation that is currently being contemplated. And we just think it's very important that any new plan such as this fits into the timing of all of those other plans. We certainly appreciate that this plan is a bit more general and directional to an extent, but in LD 1959, there are some planning provisions contained within that. Verson is also in the very early stages of doing some planning around northern Maine transmission and distribution. And so in order for this to be most effective, we would just suggest that the timing be suited so that it is as harmonious and effective as possible in terms of achieving results in context of those other plans. Additionally, and my last point for today would be that in section 2.8 regarding the state energy vision, sections 8A and 8F regarding total energy costs and energy interruptions are proposed to be measured in context of sort of national average households. And that may be fine, but we would suggest that the plan itself may give policymakers and Maine people a better look at these desired outcomes if you measure more specifically based on regional average households, which, as we all know, in the Northeast, we are much differently situated than many other regions around the country. And that may give you a more precise measurement and vision as to how we stand up in terms of neighboring states in the region. That said, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we'd be more than happy to participate in any discussions about future planning as the committee wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Cody? Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cody, for that comment. Just on the regional point, any reason not to include the Maritimes in that?
I'm not aware. I don't have specific experience with the Maritimes, but that may be a prudent measurement. I don't have any experience with that, Representative Barry.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Cody? Seeing none, thank you very much. And do we have Mr. Burgess here?
Yeah,
Dan, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and present your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the committee. I'm Dan Burgess. I'm the director of the Governor's Energy Office, testifying not for, not against LD 2015. I won't read the testimony that has been or will be submitted. Generally appreciate the opportunity to talk more about the state's energy vision. Just as the committee is well aware, we spent a lot of time in the fall talking about kind of what existing planning initiatives and what was left outstanding. And so, do want to point to a number of different plans and offices, plans and stakeholder groups and reports that have come out of our office recently. And we actually just heard that conversation late last year, submitted to you all within the last couple of hours, a 60+ page document that outlines the overview of kind of an energy assessment and overview, which I think utilizes the plans previously done and ongoing work. And then we've been fortunate enough through some funding for new staff to have folks spend quite a bit of time in the Energy Information Administration's database to look at available information. So we have this document that we've submitted, and then we'll have an appendix that goes with it that provides that overview of what's in EIA currently. In addition to what we've provided previously in today's report, as you know, we have an energy storage report coming to you, and then multiple offshore wind studies that are funded through the offshore wind roadmap around workforce development and energy needs and procurement opportunities. So generally, I also want to flag that the New England Clean Energy Connect stipulation provided $500,000 in funding for a deep decarbonization analysis that the Energy Office is planning to undertake this year. The stipulation requires that we work with the stipulating parties and the broader general public on that, and so plan to move that forward this year. As for what's in the legislation, I think we've seen the latest. I'll just generally say we would respectfully seek some fine tuning of some of the energy vision as it's laid out, and would want to work through that with the sponsor and committee should there be an opportunity to do that. And then just to flag that two other things. One is that the iteration of how this would work with the Climate Council reports, and wanting to make sure that I do think there's an opportunity for there not to come at the same time. The next climate action plan is due 2024, and having it come before or after 2024 might be helpful, and kind of having different processes moving forward. And then finally, depending on the breadth and depth of a study, that the Energy Office will likely have access to federal funding, but that may not always be the case depending on what's happening. And so an opportunity to have federal funding, to have an access to a funding source would be needed, I think, if there's going to be particularly multiple pathways and scenarios and economic analysis that comes with it. We've learned from our previous studies that that in-depth modeling and economic analysis is something where consultant help is needed, and we just want to consider how many scenarios. If you do 2030, 2040, 2050, multiple pathways, economic analysis, it could get pricey. So with that, I appreciate the consideration and look forward to working with you should this bill move forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Director Burgess? Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon now, Mr. Burgess. Question I had for you that we discussed last fall, I believe, was the timing, and you mentioned sort of the year timing, but we had talked about maybe having the report come like in the mid to late fall to sort of be available for interested legislators to use to inform their pre-cloture bill work. Is there any reason that seems like it wouldn't work well for you guys? And we could think about what that means for the first one, but after those ones, the updates, does that seem doable? Is there any reason that would be better or worse for you than January 15th?
Appreciate that question, Representative. And I should have noted in my testimony, we're also suggesting that we move our annual report out to March 15th to match some of the other, I think the OPAs is now that time. As for I don't see, the timing of the first one, right? Like I think would be the important consideration, but I don't see, kind of as it moves forward, there being a difference between, a date in the fall and January. I guess the only thing I might flag is just the timing of the standard offer. And right now that currently comes out in November or kind of, but I'm not sure that would be a reason not to have it due in the fall. And I guess I should also note, in the report that you have and what we're posting online, the EIA information is through 2019. And so they have not produced 2020 or 2021 information. It's not usually available kind of directly after the year, but that does take some time. And usually they do it late in the year, but generally I don't see a reason why fall wouldn't work.
Other questions for Mr. Burgess? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I don't see anybody else.
Foster had his hand up.
Excuse me?
Rep. Foster had his hand up.
I was trying to ignore him. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am ignorable. Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Very briefly, I'll try to stay brief on this. I'm wondering if you would comment on whether you see this legislation is helpful, maybe a little restrictive, too directive, or duplicative of what your office is already doing. I'm just looking at it from the point of view that it may or may not be needed to continue your work. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. I appreciate the question. Generally, I think it's always helpful to have, the EUT committee kind of provide overall policy direction. We value that obviously in the work that we're doing, and try to be as responsive to it as we can be. I mean, I think, as I mentioned, we are going to be undertaking this additional analysis with the stakeholder group, and there is other work happening. I think that what I would flag is just the timing of that, and then the kind of some of the modifications in the state energy vision that would probably be useful, along with funding. So I'm not sure I necessarily see it as always helpful to hear from the committee one way or the other.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Burgess. I believe this is it for the testimony on this bill.
Senator Lawrence, you have
Yes.
you have Steve Hudson in the attendees.
Oh, I don't see him signed up to testify. Did he want to testify?
He does. Yes.
Okay. Why don't you bring him over, and we'll ask him to testify. Steve, why don't you go right ahead?
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the committee. I am once again Stephen Hudson with Pretty Flaherty here on behalf of the Industrial Energy Consumer Group, speaking neither for nor against LD 2015. I think we would echo the GEOs in the sense that we are willing to be involved in the fleshing out of the vision piece of the state energy vision that Representative Barry went through. There are some tensions that are contained within those aspirations. They're all very good aspirations, but I think it's important to recognize that some of them may be difficult, or very expensive, or difficult and very expensive to achieve. Doesn't mean we shouldn't have them in our vision, but we should be clear-eyed about what that may mean. One example is in E, stating that household energy costs in the state as a portion of household income are equitable across all income levels. That's clearly a great aspiration to have. It becomes difficult because it means that since you have people with different income levels and it's got to be equitable, you've got to have different energy cost levels for the lower income folks so that it matches. And I'm not sure what that means, whether it's a shifting of pricing based on income or not, but it's important to think about as you think about the wording of adopting it as a vision. I think, G is also, I'm sorry, item G, the capable of functioning independently of regular supply and delivery system for prolonged periods. It's easy to do that by giving everybody a large generator and, a couple gallons of fuel. But I think what's intended there is that we do something that is something else. The committee has worked a lot on microgrids, but I don't know that that's necessarily what's entailed here. But I think, I think some of these visions could benefit from some additional thought, and we're glad to be a part of that. And I want to thank the committee for their time today. It's been a very long day for you, even though it's and you've got more work to do, and do whatever we can to assist you. Glad to answer any questions.
Great. Are there questions for Mr. Hudson from the committee? Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. I just want to say I concur with the, the difficulty of, holding all these values at once. And I think the question is just, do you think it's appropriate that in forming a vision that we keep in mind that it's just that it's a vision, it's where we hope to get to, but a North Star, if you will, but that a vision is different from an objective or a strategy.
I think it's interesting because I haven't done the research on how a state vision is different than a state goal versus a state mandate. Yeah, and there is actually case law around that that can be surprising to folks. But I'm not suggesting at all that the state not have a vision. I think it's good to know where you want to go when you start thinking about how you're going to get there. So I think that's important. But I think I just think that we need to recognize some of the inherent tensions and think about what that's going to mean, and think about whether we intend these to become mandates on our agencies that are trying to carry out what the legislature has directed them to do.
Thank you.
Representative Barry, did you want to follow up?
All set.
Okay. Other questions from the committee? I don't see any, so thank you very much for coming over, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you.
So I'll declare this hearing on 2015 closed. We'll go on to our next bill, which is 2016. It is also going to be presented by Representative Berry, and I'll go directly to him and he can present the bill.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Members of the committee, I am Seth Berry presenting this committee bill, LD 2016, an act to implement the crisis response services recommendations identified pursuant to Resolve 2021, Chapter 29. It is my hope that the sponsor of that resolve will join us shortly and can speak in more detail to the value of this committee bill. But I will direct you to the summary, and the bill as written there requires the PUC to include developments in the delivery of crisis response services in the Commission's annual report to the legislature. It defines crisis response services as services offered to individuals experiencing mental health emergencies, emergencies relating to substance use disorder, or other emergencies for which fire, emergency medical, or police services are determined not to be required. The bill further directs the PUC Emergency Services Communication Bureau, in consultation with the Department of Public Safety, to develop proposed legislation to implement the Bureau's protocol and procedure recommendations for the delivery of crisis response services. And the Bureau must allow affected persons and entities to provide comments on the proposal. The proposed legislation and comments must be submitted to this committee in the next legislature in the first regular session 2023 for that committee to consider reporting out legislation pursuant to the report. And again, I think we may have with us the sponsor. Looks like we do now have with us the sponsor of the resolve that led to this committee bill, Representative Morales. So I would be happy to defer any questions to her unless you insist on directing them to me.
Great, thank you. Does anybody insist on directing questions to Representative Berry? Seeing none, I'll recognize Representative Morales for the purposes of testifying on this bill.
Hello, Senator Lawrence. Hello, Representative Berry and the EUT committee. It's great to see you all. I just want to say and to express extreme gratitude to you, to this committee for taking on this effort and this legislative initiative. I can't tell you how wonderful it has been to work with the PUC and Director Jacques and Brody Hinckley and the stakeholders who came together to study the issue throughout our state. You heard the report back. I'm sure you were as impressed as I was about that. And as you all know, and you don't need to hear it too much from me, but this bill is so important because E911 is at the very beginning of our response to crisis. And so having everyone in the room to identify that not all crisis calls need to go to police, that some need a behavioral health or a mental health crisis response, and to figure out that pathway of how to get there is why this bill was so important and this working group was so important. So I just want to add one suggestion as I look at who is going to be on the working group. I noticed that there are no community mental health providers or a representative from the mental health crisis system. So I respectfully would make that suggestion that we add a community mental health provider and a representative of the mental health crisis system. And those folks would add to that conversation in that working group of who do we refer calls to then. As we're collaborating with 988 system, which I give great credit to Dr. Pollard over at the Office of Behavioral Health for bringing in stakeholders around that initiative. Who then are those folks who are responding to these crises? So I'd be happy to take any questions, but I just really want to thank this committee for the work you did.
Thank you for coming to testify. Is there anyone who has a question for Representative Morales? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we'll go on to the last person, I believe, who's going to be testifying on this legislation, who is Maria Jakes from the Public Utilities Commission. Is Maria here, Jason?
Yes, she should be over shortly.
Thank you.
All right.
And Maria, why don't you go ahead?
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and other members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Maria Jakes, and I'm Director of the Enhanced 911 program that's housed within the Public Utilities Commission. And I'm here on behalf of the Commission to offer our support for this LD as amended by Representative Berry. So the Commission appreciates the direction the amendment takes to thoughtfully move towards the implementation of behavioral health protocols. And while we have undertaken a lot of stakeholder conversations, there are still so many more that need to occur before commencing implementation. And as behavioral health protocols are still in their early stages of development, this approach provides additional time for the industry to mature. Sections 1 and 2 of the resolve establish a working group to develop policies and procedures to address the screening and transferring of calls for behavioral health services. The formation of such a group is actually one of the recommendations included in our crisis protocol report. It is a way to reduce the risk exposure for all agencies involved in crisis response. In addition to the development of critical policies and procedures, this group will assist with the change management process of this significant paradigm shift for public safety by having a role in the development of policy, as well as having the ability to share information with their respective constituencies. Section 3 of the resolve directs the Commission in consultation with the Department of Public Safety to develop proposed legislation to implement the protocol, the recommendations of the Crisis Services report. And we will also have the benefit of this time of the discussions of the working group established in sections 1 and 2 of the resolve. And lastly, we've learned a lot of lessons from the prior implementation of protocols, and you've heard about those lessons many times. And we believe this strategy is the best way to move towards the implementation of behavioral health protocols. The Commission appreciates having this additional time to engage stakeholders, develop important policies and procedures, and to draft legislation in a cooperative manner. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions, and I'd certainly be available for the work session.
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Jakes. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Jakes. As you mentioned, we've learned from other attempts to initiate protocols that it's good to get a buy-on from those that are involved, stakeholder groups in this case, I think is what you're referring to. I just want to confirm that basically this will lead to future legislation that we will be looking at, and that this won't be something that just takes effect by rule. And the reason I mentioned that is I was a little surprised to see, and I know that this late in the game, a lot of people don't get a heads up on these things, but I was surprised not to see some of the usual suspects, if you will, that might be here to speak in favor or against this. So I'm just assuming that that's not necessary until some legislation may be brought forward from your group. Is that the case? Am I reading that right?
Right, I believe Section 3 asks us to report back with legislation, and then the committee would have that opportunity to move it forward as an LD, and there would be time for public comment. And certainly, even though, we name certain people in this group, all are welcome. I just think that the representation needed to be spelled out a little bit more, just to make sure we have all the right players there. But as many as want to come, we'd be happy to hear from.
Thank you.
Great. Are you all set, Representative Foster? Okay.
Yeah.
Representative Grahowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Jacks, for being here. I just wanted to ask you, Representative Morales mentioned including in that list, which you said is not exhaustive, and I think that's a good design for it, but explicitly including a community mental health provider and somebody representing the mental health crisis system. Are those things that seem reasonable to you to add to the list to just make sure we have that covered for sure?
Absolutely, that is a very reasonable request. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Do you prefer Jacks or Jakes?
Jakes.
Jakes, thank you.
That's okay.
Any other questions for Ms. Jakes? Seeing none, thank you very much. Jason, is there anybody else interested in testifying on this bill?
Yes, there's a Stephen Bunker that would like to testify.
We have Stephen come over. I believe he's from Farmington. Stephen, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Senator.
Welcome. And if you could just introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, and if you're representing any organization.
Surely. I'm Stephen Bunker. I reside in Farmington. I'm a member of the Bureau's E911 Advisory Council. I'm also a 43-year first responder and would be a likely participant and beneficiary of this piece of legislation should it come through. I'm speaking only for myself and not affiliated with anyone outside of the council itself. And I just want to add my brief support for the momentum that's pushed behind this particular LD. It is absolutely an essential component of both public safety and our mental health crisis systems here in Maine. And I just want to strongly urge that the committee, that with the anticipated adoption of protocols by statute in the next session, this may be all for naught if we don't adequately support the creation and expansion of Maine's mental health and crisis services that these protocols are intended to offer our police and EMS responders. And it's the lack of such alternatives. It's the 800-pound gorilla in the room on this. So I'm sure that you're staying in contact with your colleagues, such as in Health and Human Services and appropriations committees, to put the effort behind actually getting these resources expanded there that our PSAPs can actually make referrals out to. And after considering the significant changes that are going to take place and the impact upon our PSAPs, I'm going to strongly recommend that the committee offers some small relief to the centers in advance of this implementation. And with the addition of all of the protocols that we have, and for all the right reasons and the related quality assurance requirements, I strongly urge the committee to support the use of third-party quality assurance services for those centers who are so inclined to receive that type of support. And I'm aware there's several centers in Maine that have already started down that trail, and but sadly at their own cost in doing that. So never in the beginning of 911, and I go back to day one on this, did we anticipate what kind of burden not only the protocols but quality assurance call reviews we're going to be placing upon the PSAPs and affecting their local budgets and the draw upon their local staff without support. So I would tell you, as a municipal representative, using our surcharge funds for these kinds of services would be a considerable property tax relief to towns and counties that are struggling with their revenue. So it would reduce the workload of key staff on doing the routine call reviews. And we heard from the stakeholder groups, these centers are already struggling with retention and recruitment and are short-staffed in most of the centers. We heard that clearly in their testimony. So I would hope we could consider QA continuing to be an essential component of how protocols are used, and it's directly related to 911 center operations, and we could use surcharge dollars as a legitimate expense, and it deserves to be a funded rather than an unfunded mandate. And I'm reminded this isn't a new topic. For those few members who have been around on the committee, back in 2011 and 2012, the same great consulting firm, Mission Critical, came out with 2 comprehensive reports on how to manage and operate our center. And they brought that out over a decade ago as an essential element to help relieve the pressures that applies to the PSATs themselves. So there are a lot of recommendations out of those 2 reports that I would encourage us to look at again, and perhaps be a part of included in the PUC's next annual report on what had been recommended, what had been implemented, and what's still waiting there for consideration. So I look forward to working with the stakeholder group, and I'm pleased to respond to any questions from the committee that you might have. Thank you.
Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Foster? Bunker, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
I was just anticipating who might have a question. Seeing no questions, thank you very much, Mr. Bunker. And that concludes our testimony.
Senator Lawrence.
Sorry, Representative Grohowski, did you have a question?
I think Jason was about to address it.
Yeah,
Jason?
there's a Sam Hurley that would like to testify as well.
Okay, why don't you bring Mr. Hurley over? Okay, Sam, why don't you go ahead, introduce yourself, where you're from and what organization you represent, if any, and then present your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Sam Hurley, and I'm the Director of Maine Emergency Medical Services, or Maine EMS, within the Department of Safety. We are we provide oversight to PSAPs and emergency medical dispatch centers throughout the state of Maine. I am testifying on behalf of the Maine Department of Public Safety and Maine EMS in support of Representative Berry's proposed amendment to LD 2016. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. I don't know that we need to beat a dead horse at this point, but I did want to offer our support of this resolve. We think it's an integral part to continuing the system, but I did want to offer Maine EMS's support of this resolve.
Great. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Jason, is there anybody else who wants to testify?
I don't believe so.
Okay. If you could beam Mr. Bunker and the other attendee back across. I think there's been a request for the committee to go into work session and work this bill before we hear the next bill. So I'll recognize Representative Berry for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we go into work session on this bill.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Seconded by Representative Kessler.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Show of hands. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we're in work session. So I see Eloise, are you there? I think we have 7. So I think we're good to have a vote. Representative Berry, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move this bill ought to pass as amended, with the amendment being what was recommended by the sponsor of the original resolve, Representative Morales, regarding additional participants in the stakeholder group.
Great, it's been moved, ought to pass as amended. Is there a second?
Second
And who was that?
by Representative Kessler.
Okay, it's been seconded by Representative Kessler. Debate or discussion? Okay, Jason, why don't you take the roll?
Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Sorry, just catching up here. Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart. Not present. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy. Representative Cuddy is not present. Representative Grohowski.
Yes.
Representative Grohowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Sachs. Not present. Representative Wadsworth.
Aye.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes or an aye. Representative Grignon is not present. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. Representative Carlo is not present. That is 8 in favor and 5 absent.
Okay, 8 voting in favor, being a majority. That will be the majority report. Ought to pass as amended, and we'll see what the other ones want to vote. And I just want to thank you, Jason, for promoting Representative Foster to a senator too as well. I'm sure today is his day in being promoted to a senator.
Looking for the pay increase.
Yeah, it's large. It's very large. Okay, we're on to our final bill, and I'll go to Representative Berry again to present LD 2017.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Lawrence, members of the committee. Seth Berry, and here to present LD 2017, a resolve regarding monitoring of and reporting on energy use data standards and online energy data platforms. This bill also it comes out, or this resolve, I should say, also comes out of some previous work by the committee. It would direct the Governor's Energy Office to monitor efforts undertaken in other states to, excuse me, am I looking at the right bill? Yeah, I just needed to double check. Yes, okay. It's late in the day, I apologize. Directs the GEO to monitor efforts undertaken in other states to improve energy use data standards and to implement multiple use online energy data platforms. And on or before November 2 of this year, submit information regarding those efforts to this committee, and the committee in the next legislature, the one for 31st in 2023, may report out related legislation. And finally, the resolve also requires the PUC to issue an RFI, request for information, to utilities in the state, transmission and distribution utilities, and to report the results of the request to the committee. And the committee, again, can report out legislation on that. This issue also comes to us because of the work of another legislator, and he is with us. I'm referring, of course, to Representative Kessler. So I'm happy to defer any challenging technical questions to him, unless you insist on directing them to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have a question for Representative Berry? And Jason, has Representative Kessler signed up to testify?
Not that I can see.
Okay. Representative Kessler, do you want to testify on this bill?
I would be glad to say a few words if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
That would be great.
Okay, thank you. Of course, my name is Representative Chris Kessler, representing Fire of South Portland, smidgen of Cape Elizabeth. As you are familiar with before, this is the report out from that study, the request for information that the PUC underwent, and these really were the three key items that were very actionable items to get the further information that we need to move along with grid planning, as well as creating at least a universal data standard that all utilities are able to export their data to. So it really is a matter of putting that request out to the utilities to understand where they're at in their ability to do so, what it would cost ratepayers to do so. And yeah, just moving along in that process. So that
Great.
concludes my testimony.
Are there questions from the committee for Representative Kessler? Seeing none, we have two people signed up to testify, Melissa Winnie and I believe it's Harry Lanfear. So if you could bring them over in that order, that would be great. So I'll recognize you first, Melissa. And you're going to be testifying in favor, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Melissa Winnie. I'm an energy policy advisor for the Governor's Energy Office, testifying today in support of LD 2017. Representative Berry gave a great overview of what this legislation will do, so I'll keep my testimony short and sweet here. The GEO were supportive of moving forward with monitoring and providing a staff report that summarizes efforts undertaken in other states to improve energy use data standards and to implement multiple use online data platforms. Based on this information, the report may include potential recommendations for Maine. Additionally, we support Section 2, which directs the PUC to collect information from Maine's T&D utilities regarding their current abilities related to establishment of a multiple use online energy data platform, including information around projected costs to achieve certain abilities they may not currently have. I just want to ensure that it's noted that we recognize that data access is a key component to accomplishing the state's clean energy and climate requirements. And we do think that these reports would provide information that could be really helpful in informing future policymaking and or platform design moving forward. So thank you for your time and consideration. Happy to take any questions.
Great. Are there questions from the committee for Ms. Winnie? Seeing none, thank you. And we'll go on to Harry Lamphere, who's going to be testifying, I believe, neither for nor against. Harry?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you fine.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the committee. I am Harry Lamphere. I'm the Administrative Director at the Public Utilities Commission. And we are testifying neither for nor against. Just a couple quick comments. So the resolve requires us to collect specific data from transmission and distribution utilities first, whether the utility can map specific meters to specific buildings, and if not, what would the cost be to ratepayers required to do that? And then secondly, whether the utility can export data using certain formats detailed in the resolve. If not, the processing cost payers to achieve that ability to export that data. So, and then finally, as was noted, there's a report due on November 2nd. So just a couple kind of clarifying questions that maybe could be answered in a work session, but your call. So the original report that we did that was provided to the committee on January 20th requested information from vendors, but it requested information regarding the 2 investor-owned electric utilities, transmission and distribution utilities, and the 4 LDCs, the 4 gas companies. So those 6 entities. So we just wanted clarification. Did you just want the electric T&Ds, and did you want both IOU and COU? That was one area where we were looking for some clarification from the committee. And then secondly, in the 4th paragraph of our testimony, just asking again some additional clarification based on our understanding of the green button standards and how they work, whether you would want the specific detail data that has been elaborated in my testimony. And again, I'm not sure it needs to be answered right now, but the more clarification, I guess, we just want to make absolute sure that when we're collecting this data from the utilities, we get exactly what you're looking for. We want to give you a report back that is that gets at these issues. So again, just seeking a little bit more clarification there. And then finally, I can't speak for any of these utilities that are going to be involved. I have no sense whatsoever of costs that might be involved here. And I certainly have no sense how long it would take to estimate those costs. So because of that unknown, it might be better to extend the report deadline out a little bit to provide utilities the time to come up with the estimates to have the report due at the end of January versus the 1st of November, but obviously that's the committee's call. So with that, we'll be available for work session. I can answer any questions if need be. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Lamphere? Representative Kessler and then Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Harry. I was wondering, just as a matter of procedure, so for example, when a resolve requires like the opening of a docket and information needs to be received by the utilities. For example, I'm thinking about the grid modernization docket, and there's been a request for extensions to provide information. Could that very well happen in this case as well?
I certainly possible. Obviously, we would ask for the data in advance to give us enough time to write the report. I'm just, a little bit concerned that the cost data might take, and again, it depends on which utility. If you're talking about CMP, they might be able to turn that data around fairly quick, although I'm not certain of that. Smaller utilities might struggle to do that. So again, we just wanted to raise the issue. If it's important to get the report done early November, then so be it. We'll get the best data we can that the utilities can provide to us with that timing in mind. Does that answer your question?
Kessler, any follow-up? Okay, Representative Wadsworth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is green button data or green button connect? What does that mean to you? I guess I don't understand what that is.
Yeah, it's an industry standard that most of the country is going to transfer this type of data, and then that data, once it's transferred using that standard, then it can be captured by another software, and you can slice it and dice it any way you want to make it more functional for a business's needs or a community's needs, so they can evaluate energy efficiency or maybe greenhouse gas initiatives, et cetera.
So is this data that we're expecting COUs and IOUs to have, or is this something that more IOUs would have?
Yeah, that was one of our questions. I know we have a sense of CMP and Versant's capability here, but I don't really have a sense, at least me personally, maybe other people at the PUC do, of what the COU's capability would be in this area.
Anything further, Representative Wadsworth?
No, that's good. Just trying to understand. I appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Lamfair? Seeing none, thank you very much, Harry. Jason, is there anybody else who wants to testify on this bill?
There's no one that I've been notified of.
Okay, great. So I'll declare Representative Barry.
I was going to make a motion after you declare the public hearing to be concluded.
Okay, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Is your motion going to be to go into work session?
That would be the motion.
Okay, so it'd be my intent, I have to head out. So it'd be my intent, if we do go into work session, to turn the chair over to you and I'll just listen in.
Okay.
So is there a second to that motion?
Second that.
I'm actually
Seconded by
going.
Representative Kessler, did you want to withdraw your motion?
I think I'd like to withdraw the motion unless Senator Vitelli or Senator Stewart can join us, because we do need a senator to proceed with a work session.
Senator Vitelli, she is there.
Okay. Great.
I'm here. I have bad internet, so I'll do my best.
The motion is to go into work session. A show of hands, who is in favor of going into work session? Representative Wadsworth? No, not sure. Okay. 4. Did I get 3 or 4? 3 to go into work. 4. Let me count again. Okay, everybody hold up their hands who's in favor of work session. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and how many are in favor of a nap?
But yes on that also.
Okay, it looks like 7-0. We're gonna have a work session and I'm gonna go take a nap. So sorry, I have to go get my daughter. Representative Barry, if you could take over, that would be great.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good afternoon. And we are now in work session on LD 2017. Is there motion or a need for information? What's the committee's pleasure? Leave it open for either. Representative Kessler.
I just wanted to address some of the questions from the PUC first.
Sounds good. Do you need them back in, or do you just want to speak to them?
Yes, bring them back in, please, if you would.
Okay, Jason, could we bring in Mr. Lanfear again?
He should be on his way over.
Great.
I think he's there. Just there he is. I suppose Ms. Unfair, I was just wanting to clarify your second question about the green button standard. You said what you wanted to clarify what would it take to provide access to data. Could you just sort of restate that question or concern?
Sure. We were just seeking clarity from the wording from the resolve, which I have in front of me, but it's hard to hold my smartphone and multitask here. You guys are more talented at that than I am. But so that wording that you see in our testimony was just to make sure that we understood exactly the data and the capability you were looking for. And I think we're clear on it, but again, those two kind of questions in paragraph 4 were just our attempt to elaborate a little bit on what we think you meant from the resolve. So, it's actually, what you want to know from the utilities, what specifically would it take to export the data to using that standard, and then what would it take to provide access to that data through that standard? I think that's what you're getting at in the resolve. But again, you don't have to answer it now. You could go back to folks if you need to, but we just wanted to make sure at the end of the day, when we do our report, that you've got exactly what you need. So that didn't answer your question maybe in detail, but hopefully it's helpful.
Yes, really, essentially, it is just about the ability to take their existing data and export it. What happens beyond that point, I don't think that question is needing answering at this juncture. But just purely the ability for them to take that existing data set and transfer it over and export to the green button data. So that was the specific ask there.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yep. And really the intent of the report back date was so we could address it in the first regular session of the 131st and have time to hash it over. So that was the intent. So I would imagine that if it is onerous for the utilities, I was hoping that they might have flagged that here. So nobody's expressed concerns about that. So I didn't imagine it to be a concern. And then just for clarification too, yes, this was intending on including the COUs and the natural gas utilities. So as everybody is, moving towards electrification, and as municipalities are trying to set their own benchmarking ordinances and such, that everybody's got to be involved. So that was the intent.
Okay, yeah, it would be helpful. Maybe your motion could clarify that if you're going to move this. Be helpful to clarify that for us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Great, Representative Kessler. Any other discussion or a motion?
Yes, I just wanted to make it clear to the committee that there's not going to be any costs incurred by this resolve. It's purely the next step in information gathering. So when they report back, we will finally get that estimate of cost. So, and I could take any questions if anybody has any. Otherwise, I would be glad to make a motion.
All right, I'll just stop and see if there's any discussion or questions for anyone present who's testified or been involved in this work. Okay, is the committee ready for a motion? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Kessler.
I would like to motion ought to pass as amended, clarifying in the language the inclusion of the natural gas utilities and consumer-owned utilities.
Okay, there's been a motion ought to pass as amended. With that minor clarification, is there a second? Seconded by Senator Vitelli.
I second
Any
it.
discussion? Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we will proceed to a vote on the ought to pass as amended motion for this resolve. I'll ask the committee clerk to call the roll.
Senator Lawrence is not present. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart. Not present. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Senator Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Of course, yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Not present. Representative Foster. Not present. Representative Carlo. Not present. That is 8 in favor of the motion and 5 absent.
Thank you, Jason. So with 8 in favor and 5 absent, the motion carries. Others will vote on this in our previous work sessions as per usual. There is no session tomorrow. Stay tuned for updates from the chairs and or analysts about any changes to our calendar. Lindsay, is there anything else from you?
The only thing I wanted to flag is that I sent out an email to the committee with information regarding the budget discussions. So if you could please look that over and get back to me by noon tomorrow. Tomorrow's the deadline. So I plan on getting that out promptly. So
Thank you for flagging that. Thank you. All right, seeing no other business advertised or brought before the committee today, I would be happy to entertain a motion to adjourn. Representative Kessler.
Before we adjourn, I just wanted to say an unrelated note to those who didn't see the news, but the U.S. Senate passed to adopt permanent daylight savings time. I hope you saw it, but it's been a thing of mine since I started in the legislature. I just wanted to share my joy. So
Congratulations,
motion
Representative
to
Kessler.
adjourn.
But remember, there are other steps that needs to take before it gets all the way there, right?
It's a big one.
It is. No, you should be very proud of that, and I for one hope they go all the way. It's been moved to adjourn. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Wadsworth and Representative Sachs. And any debate or discussion? Actually, that's non-debatable. So we'll go to a vote. All those in favor? And we are adjourned. See you all soon. Thanks, everybody.